says we're live, but are we literally? Only know once it shows me my own face. And there we go! Hey! Hi everybody, we are live! Very good to go have you, good to go have you, Denny, good to go have you, Infinite, good to go have you, Althea, good to go have you, Just very good to go have you, Denny, good to go have you, glad to see go have you again. Hello, I hope everyone's having a great day. You too, Deathberry. Happy Tuesday to you all. Lovely people and others. Yes, good people. Howdy, y'all. Finished my weekly clears of Dawn Trail Alliance raid with an almost static. Nice. Final boss still humbles mana group, I gotta say. Now you say, Denny, are you saying you have a full static of people who are 24 man? Or just an 8? Also, hi. We're going to be back to the MSQ in a second. I have some new stuff. Obviously, you see I have above my head. I have the funding goal. I added the $50 already that Voltaire gave yesterday towards collecting the Stormblood collector's box. As you'll see behind me right now, I've got the Heaven's Word one, and I've got the Dawn Trail one. So, we're going to go through, we're going to get 1.0 through all of them, and you'll slowly see. Also, I've got a lot of stuff, but all of it's still kind of all over the place. So, we're working on that. Oh, yes. V, did you pass me the patrons? Code, yeah, okay, cool. I will get that finagled real quick. We're gonna take a second for me to finagle, Patreon names. What, you can send me a code. V needs me to send her a code to get the names. Also, sorry I was a minute or two late. I got a ding for a content claim because we played Big Enough yesterday, and the company that owns the rights to Big Enough, basically anyone who uses the like yelling meme just dings them right away. Sorry, give me one quick second. Email, why you gotta be like this? In the meantime, how is your guys' day going? Y'all ready for the next step in our descent into the role quest, and then I'm sure completely not a terrible descent into the back half of a much more emotionally fraught MSQ. And almost there. Also, I think it might be time to get some new shirts. I've had this shirt for almost about 10 years now, and I stretched this morning, and that's all it took. To rip a hole. Oh my god, would you shut the fuck up, Yahoo? There you go. Got that done. Because I would like to have the patrons' names above me in the stream today. Oh, come on. Okay, Yahoo, you suck. That's yesterday's stream chat. Here's today's stream. Okay. Go for EU or Japanese 1.0, not the US one. Why, what's wrong with the US one? Is the US one, is the EU and Japanese one are the ones with the mono art, right? Is the US one the one that's just Derplander? No, it's more like a party of 8 from Crossworld Link Shell. It's only a weekly sign-up basis, so not everyone throws the week. Okay, nice. Oh no, I mean, if you want, you can put in an elbow patch on it. Yeah, no, I mean, look, it's time. You know, to all things their time. But, speaking of, shall we get going with the role quest? I also may have dyed up my clothes a little bit more, little better. So, pants are brown instead of blue. The hat matches the gloves and the chaps. Boots still are a different color, because, you know, usually they are. And then also, these bad boys. Ooh, yes. Honestly, there's so many glems in this game that I love. I wish I wasn't such a beta bitch who, like, loved having, like, one outfit that I wore most of the time. You know, I almost wish, like, I had, it was, like, someone who really wanted to have a new glam each day. Also, thanks to everyone for hanging out at the beginning tables. It's very cute. It's very heartwarming to see you guys there before we start the day. You guys, what doesn't come with the tumbler? There's a... Hey, what now? Hot damn. Okay. Well, to be fair, my Heaven's Word one is a Japanese one. So, I have no, in fact, buying the Japanese ones is usually cheaper. Not always, but usually. Because I would, for the Stormblood one, the Heavensward one is unopened, so I kind of want to open it to grab the Midgard Summer statue out of it, but we'll see. But yeah, the two big things I want to be working on for channel goals in terms of, is that right now, honestly, we have all the tech we need. So main thing would be getting the different boxes from 1.0 through 7.0. And then the other would be getting statues. But as you can see, I already have the Hydaelyn Zodiac one. Actually, speaking of, give me uno momento, por favor. Is there no, oh, why is the delivery Moogle hanging out by the hot springs? I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? I mean, if I was a Moogle, I'd be wanting to hang out by the hot springs too. I'm the same way, yeah. Reminder, no spoilers. There's not much left to spoil, because, man, we're getting to the back half. There you are. Actually, wait, I haven't got to talk about Akupo in a while. Look at what we have here. A new letter has arrived for our favorite assistant, Kupo. Your speedy and accurate deliveries have earned you the carrier level 1, Kupo. Yet a delivery Moogle's work is never done. Did you see the deputy post Moogle outside the limits of Bulwark Hall? At your sign, we have another job for you. Okay, what's the shorthand command for it? Slash sundering. One down. Now I just gotta get Shiva, Odin, and Omega. Although me and V already bought the Omega statue. We're just waiting for it to arrive. So now I just gotta get Shiva and Odin. Oh, Rarest passed me a pic of the tumbler. Oh, dude, I'd use that every day. Okay, man. Okay, yeah, I guess I do have to get the EU or Japanese one. Man, why does America never get cool things other than all the time we get cool things? As long as I ignore those, we don't get cool things. You imagine those? Well, look, it's a good thing that they're redoing a re-release of the Omega, so that bodes well. So there's a good chance for, there's definitely a good chance that the others should be re-released at some point too. I have no idea if that's actually at all true, but I could dream. What is the Wandering Minstrel hat that I haven't picked up? Is it one of the? Yeah, okay, it's the Epic of Alexander. One of these days, we're gonna get 7 T people together who are like hardcore raiders, and we're gonna do T does T. One of these days. And so the lore was split into 14 books. Speaking of 14 books, I also got my art books down there. I need to find a way to set them up that I like. Put a needle into the ground, kind of like a reverse Lucas. It's really nice to keep all my pens in it. Yeah, it would be good for you. Definitely, Tumblr would be good for that. Blood of a fallen girl. What was something Stormblood related I had a thought about? Nope, I got it. I didn't get lost, I got sidetracked by my own bullshit. Just like usual. Wonderful, you're here. Ever since the incident in the Ruby Sea, I kept a line of communication with the Confederacy, and I just reported something you'll be interested to hear. Apparently a man's impersonating the distinguished Lord Adoma was recently exposed. One of the Lord's retainers saw through the pretender's facade, and while he was attempting to stir up some trouble in the Doman Enclave, the impostor then reportedly transformed into a hawk and fled. Clearly our quarry nests in Doma. And I'd like to resume our hunt immediately, but I'm not sure where he may go after his failure in the Enclave. Do any locations come to mind? Well, there's a couple, namely Namai and a town in Yangshi called Namai, you say. That sounds promising. The extent of your knowledge is truly remarkable, Elio. Then, without further ado, let's make our way there and see if the residents have noticed any unusual activity. Okay, V, you're slightly southern. Is my accent bordering on offensive, or where are we sitting at Elio's southern accents, southern draws? It's not a distraction. You're doing side quests. Yeah, I'm constantly just on a side quest in my own mind. Deathberry. I know V's at work, so she may not be around. Trouble, none that I can think of. For a blessing, all has been at peace. I've known a lot of you guys for a long time, so this is probably a question that's going to not reveal anything new. But for the sake of conversation and bounce off some, any of you guys have any, what do you feel like is your hottest take or most controversial or most against the grain take around 14? By the Kami's grace, our quaint village has not seen strife since the Imperials were ousted. There has been news, however, a man impersonating Lord Hien at the Enclave. As I am told, when Lord Hien voiced intentions to invade Nagsha, all present grew wary of the individual. References to Nagsha! Let's go! I don't care if it's a variant dungeon or what, let's at least see Nagsha, please. I want to see it 14's Vietnam. None more so than Lady Yugiri, who saw through the farce immediately. After he was exposed, the villain fled the scene with haste. Fortunately, efforts to find him have not yet borne fruit. Let you pop up immediately for that. Yeah, that seems about right. Yep. I honestly keep seeing stuff that says I'm not procrastinating, I'm doing side quests. No one. Good to see you, glad to have you. It's a little good to see you, glad to have you. Here's what I will say. I do think there's a difference between procrastination and doing side quests. Side quests can still keep you from doing what you're supposed to be doing, but for instance, if you are, let's say, vacuuming the whole house and cleaning everything up and, you know, and taking care of small tasks that aren't what you're supposed to be doing, it's still a problem, but that is side quests. However, if you're just goofing off or watching YouTube, that's not side quests. That's just procrastination. Well, welcome to the Viking world. Have there been any quarrels of late? Why, yes. Actually, wait, whoa. I know the face always looked like that, but I feel like this Hellsguard male face since the graphics update is a lot more, in a good way, but just like, ooh. Have there any, the like shadows and the everything. Quarrels of late? Why, yes. Actually, just the other day, the two of us were at each other's throat over a persimmon. She was only supposed to eat half, but she went and gobbled the whole thing. In the end, she purchased this one by way of apology. So I let bygones be bygones. What's that? This isn't the sort of quarrel you're speaking of. That was actually pretty funny. Okay, actually, I'm curious. Wait. I want to see if that's duty new game plus. I want to know if that is someone just using overworld stuff that had been set up a long time ago. Oh, that's super cute. They say persimmons taste better than the longer you stare at them. This one is going to be positively delicious. My friend, you've been staring at it for 7 years. I think it's time. To be fair, she stared at it for 7 years and then his wife ate it. The procrastination was not doing side quests. This is also why I'm currently on the very start of Eureka. We need to have more Eureka nights. I should try to contact Bramble. I wonder if Bramble has free time to join us for some Eureka nights. Because I still need to get the clear on Elio because of having bad luck twice in a row where we died at the last second on Ozma both times. Like, literally, I'm talking about 2% with Ozma. Twice. But also, we should do some more Bosnia Zadnor and stuff in preparation for the Occult Crescent, so we have previous exploration zones finished. Yeah, I'll get in contact with Bramble. I know I asked him a while ago if he'd be able to, and he totally was willing. I just haven't followed up. None of the residents I spoke with reported anything out of the ordinary. How'd you fare? No luck here other than a wife and husband arguing over fruit. Then it seems the villains are not here. Did you say fruit? Anyways, where might he have gone? Huh? What are you doing here? friend of yours? Don't hang your head like we are strangers. We met just moments ago, remember? You asked how to reach the House of the Fierce. Oh, great. Pretending to be me. It wouldn't be the first time. It would be the third time? Sylph pretending to be Elio was a thing in the Allied Society quest. I don't know if it's technically pretending to be, but Xenos pretending to be me and Endwalker, and now this bullshit. Good grief, lad. You're lost, aren't you? I can understand your embarrassment, but I'll tell you the way again. Listen carefully now. Follow the descending path leading north out of the village until you see a small pond, and simply dive in and swim. House of the Fierce will be on the other side. Could he have impersonated you this time? This doesn't bode well. We must hurry. Much obliged, sir. Eureka is fun. Also pain. Lots of pain and fun. That's accurate. I have definitely come to enjoy Eureka more. I also think to be fair, the first time I played it completely solo without anyone else, and the second time I went through Eureka on Elio, I had an entire community to play with, right? So very different experiences. Like soloing Eureka is still a pain. Soloing Bosnia can still be a real pain if there are a lot of elder people playing, particularly. But yeah, does Xenos count? All he did was literally RP walk across the zone, but he didn't. But he walks up and he's going to kill your friends using your body pretending to be you, right? I get what you're saying, that it's not like he was acting like us at any point. But he's using the facade of our appearance to make people assume it's us so that he can inflict danger, right? So you're not wrong, but I would say in this case, I would still apply. Also, I have, I think, low delay. I think I have, why is my hair so flat today? Holy moly. What was I gonna say? I completely lost my train of thought. Xenos walking across the ice. Yep, I don't got it. Completely lost it. Just how far must we swim to reach this place? I dare say my days spent in the lakes back at home are about to come in handy. I love the idea of Cowboy Elio coming in to talk to all these ninjas. My friends, it's come to my attention that the Khan of Azim Steppes, my mighty Oronir tribe, conspires in the shadows to invade Doma. Elio question mark. We must not give them the chance. Invasion would mean all-out war. There is only one solution. Under the cover of darkness, he must assassinate the Khan. Only with his death can this crisis be averted. They grow wary. Perhaps I should observe my targets more carefully. With all due respect, these allegations must be brought before Lord Hien. It is imperative we receive his instruction before acting. That would be playing right into the Oronir's hands. After all, an impersonator disguised as Lord Hien was but recently exposed as an Oronir spy. There can be no question. Yet the spy has fled, their whereabouts unknown. They could be anyone, and anywhere, weaving new schemes even as we speak. Decisive action must be taken. This is why I came to you. So the impersonation of Lord Hien was but a part of the Oronir's grand scheme? But why would those who fought alongside us for Doma's liberation conspire to invade? Forgive me, but you do not seem yourself, Elio. Something isn't right. Because I'm desperate! A shadow looms over Doma, and only with your help can I cast away its dark pall. Please, lend me your strength. Our honored friend Elio risked life and limb to see Doma free, yet you address him with suspicion and doubt. If he says he must act first to prevent great bloodshed, then we must act. It is true that he has never led us astray. Brothers and sisters, let us join hands with Elio once more to drive back the shadows rising over Doma. Oh, I'm gonna kick this motherfucker's ass. What is the meaning of this? It's the infernal Eorzean spy. Quickly, kill him before he escapes. You don't even sound a little like me. Your charade ends here. It's you. Yeah, such persistent vermin. Oh, I gotta. I'm assuming that in the file, there's like the texture is in the bump map. It's literally all the detail on those things. Because I desperately want to make that. You're not getting away this time. I'm assuming it's just like a straight cylinder. Oh man. I personally am a fan of these role quests. I have to say, sometimes Hildebrand, when Hildebrand is at 1,000% energy, I love it. But anytime it's like at 500% or anything less, I'm like, okay, you know. But like this, I like because this is mostly actually pretty serious with some like comedy of errors, and then you know single moments like the Namazu. I think for the most part, I'm actually quite a fan of this. I think your problem's the aim, not your bow. Ha! Pathetic. You're nothing like the other girl was. What was her name? Yes, Itoka. She was a fearsome, that one, right? Right up to the moment I drove my blade in her back. What's this? Don't tell me you've been masquerading around as Itoka herself. After all, that would make you no better than me. Huh. Hiding behind the name of another won't erase the blame you bear for everything that happened. Yeah, so the original comment she had at the very start of the quest line had me wondering. What is he talking about? I'm sorry. I swear I'll explain everything to you later. For now, we should appraise the men and women of the situation. God, the wood of the Tenkoto looks so much better. I think he can transform into anyone. A truly fearsome ability. I shall alert Lord Hien to this threat immediately. Rest assured that all of Doma will be on alert. I was completely fooled. I have no words to express my shame. Upon speaking with you again, I realized that though the impostor assumed your guise, he had neither your spirit nor your grace. Forgive me. I will not fall for such a farce again. Dr. Relish, good to see you, glad to have you. Is that the end of the setup? Or this section of the quest? I have to say, so far, I've thought that each quest itself is actually really well paced. Like it feels like the right amount of push forward, stop, and it goes through. So far, no step of the quest has overstayed its welcome, in my opinion. Might I have a word? The man impersonating you earlier. I recognize his face anywhere. Without a doubt, he is Samidare, childhood friend. I do not know why he has a southern accent either. You know him? Please, you must tell us everything. I have known Samidare nearly my entire life. We learned that the shinobi arts together. You see, roughly 25 years ago, we engaged our first battle as a proud ninja, defending Doma against the Empire's invasion. With every fiber in our body, we met their mighty magitech with nimble ninjutsu. As if moved by our resolve, the mighty Auspice, the guardian of Doma, Tamamo Gozen. Oh wait, right. Tamamo shows up in the Fate. Appeared on the field of battle to aid our cause. Right, that's part of the whole story with Tamamo, is that like she actually helped out. Yet our efforts were for naught, for the Empire's might fell upon Doma like a hammer, and we were crushed beneath their overwhelming force. The occupation began soon thereafter, so too did my work from the shadows. While I devoted myself to resisting the Empire in secret, Samidare was conscripted to the army, forced to become an Imperial spy. I understand that he served. What's the name of the Imperial spies? There's a name to their regiment. They talk about it in the Ninja Quest. I understand he served them well, fanning the flames of war in faraway lands. Through rumor and manipulation, Indeed, as far back as I can recall, Samidare has ever excelled in the skill of subterfuge. It was only after the prisoner exchange that he returned to Doma at long last, but he was a changed man. He could find no joy or solace in the peace he once fought to secure for our nation. Instead, he sought to disrupt it. War has taught me the truth of this world. Civility is but a facade to hide man's savagery. I'll prove it here, in dear Doma. The fool I am, I thought he was jesting. Only later, when I discovered the web of lies he'd spun to turn folk against one another, did I realize that he meant every word. I tried to comfort him, but he fled to Doma before I had the chance. Nevertheless, I searched his home afterwards and discovered a missive from an organization called the Passage of the Unbound. I have it with me here. Dear illustrious Samidare, we extend our deepest gratitude for your interest in joining the Passage of the Unbound. With each passing day, our secret order draws closer to its goals, and we shall require exceptional talent for what lies ahead. Bearing these needs in mind, we have decided to welcome you into the fold. To celebrate the start of an auspicious future together, we invite you to meet your colleagues in Tuliolal that have enclosed your ticket within. Exceptional talent, exceptional egos, more like. This Passage of the Unbound kept a watchful eye on our nations far and wide to recruit cutthroats like Samidare, who only followed their own desires. Upon his arrival in Turural, Samidare's ambitions guided him to my home, where he stole the Dreamweave cocoon and set out to use it for his own twisted ends. I'm afraid that appears to be the way of it. In all likelihood, the Passage of the Unbound which alerted him to the Dreamweave cocoon's existence. Today, Samidare attempted to incite war between Doma and the Azim Steppe by wearing the face of our dearest ally, you. Your timely appearance prevented the worst from happening. So long as he can alter his form and face at will, who can say what tomorrow may bring? His years as secret operative have made him a master at reading people. Should he decide to study his target before taking their form, I fear his schemes may not be discovered until it's too late. Please, be careful. May the Kami bless you, keep you. Ninjate. Attempting to find Samidare now would be a fruitless endeavor. He could be any bird in the sky, or any beast roaming the wild. Let's return to Kugane. I'll reveal everything to you there. I promise. Cannibalism? What was that? Needs more pirates and dinosaurs to complete the ultimate combo. Usually not so chatty warrior of light suddenly getting chatty as fuck should definitely have been a sign that something is off. To be fair, we are somewhat laconic, it's true, but we do talk a decent amount. We just never see it as text bubbles, so anytime we see the Warrior of Light actually talking in text bubbles, it's like... But also, yeah, you're right, Demi. Way to rub it in, you creep, yeah. I like the tone they went for this time around. Matches the more lighthearted vibe that was promised for Dawntrail. I personally feel, Relish, that they are threading the needle very well in terms of having it be a little bit more light, but also still meaningful. As... like, it's still thematically relevant to normal themes, like to the aspect of like sorry, let me slow down and try to say what I'm actually thinking. One, for instance, in this story, the wounds and scars of Garlemald don't just disappear, right? What happened to him still continues to matter. Secondly, it is about the way in which people fail to work towards greater good or fight against it due to trauma or due to their life experience, right? So it's, and how you deal with that. When do you fight? When do you, like, at what points is violence necessary to stop people? At what point can you turn things around or give people a chance? You know, it seems it's all still very much in the oeuvre of the storytelling and themes of Broad 14 and of Dawntrail. Yeah. While also being a little bit more lighter fare than the world quests, the past two world quests. Cannibalism was about the Namazu holding a fish with a clear intent to eat it. Well, if a man eats a monkey, Infinite, is that cannibalism then? Because a fish is not a Namazu. A Namazu is catfish-like, it's true. But a man is not a monkey. So what happens when a man eats a monkey? That's my question to you. I want that on a sticker. When a man eats a monkey. But fish do eat fish, so it's not abnormal. True, see, okay. grateful for your helping today. Once again, I let our prey slip away. The only silver lining is that we know who he is now. But more importantly, I apologize for deceiving you. As Samidare said, I'm not the greatest hunter of my home. I'm not Itoka. I'm Kuiki. I hail from the same village as Itoka, and I too am a hunter. But only in name. You see, as you've seen my aim for yourself. Yet more shameful of all is that it's my fault the Dreamweaver cocoon was stolen. Normally, it was enshrined in the deepest recess of our home. Only Itoka had leave to wield it. The forest provided shelter and sustenance to many. Not all we share its bounty with are friendly. With great beasts threaten our home, the cocoon's power may be used to protect our lives. Yet I used it for my own foolish desires. Couldn't take it anymore. I was a hunter, could barely catch prey large enough to feed myself. I was forced to wash clothes, prepare meals, and tune bows. Just once I wanted to be acknowledged. I wanted to feel pride, so I used the cocoon's power to transform myself into Itoka. With her dexterity and finesse, I finally caught prey befitting a true hunter. As I carried my prize home, he appeared. I found him collapsed in the middle of a beaten path. Never had reason to mistrust someone before, so I approached the nurse to nurse his wounds, yet the moment I drew close, he knocked the cocoon from my grasp and struck me unconscious. He was long gone by the time I awoke. I confessed my sins to the village elder, and her boundless grace, she forgave me. I could not forgive myself. Left home that very eve in secret to pursue the thief, all the way to Kugane. After several days of fruitless scouring the city, who should I see but Itoka as our most exceptional hunter. It was no surprise the elder had charged her with recovering the cocoon. She was astonished to see me, of course. I'd told no one of my actions. I feared she would send me home, but when I expressed to her my shame, my anger, she consoled me, told me we'd find the way to the cocoon together. And I was certain we would until the day that duplicitous bastard killed her. You appeared soon after her passing. I thought with someone as strong as you at my side, maybe I could avenge her. So I lied. Like Samidare said, I'm no better than he is. I'm an imposter. My desire to reclaim the cocoon is every bit as strong as Itoka was. I'm so sorry for lying to you, Elio. I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Continue to aid me in reclaiming the Dreamweaver cocoon. To be honest, I had my suspicions, but I knew I could trust you. Thank you. I know with you at my side, I can keep my promise to Itoka. For now, I'll remain vigilant for any news regarding the conflict in the region. Please, do pay me a visit when you find a moment to spare. I'm counting on you. I do wish there had been a dialogue option that had expressed more consternation and frustration. Not that I would ever have picked it, but I have a lot of ability to, like, if people feel bad at what they did and want to try and fix it or feel better, it's like, that's pretty much 99% of what it takes for me to forgive someone. It's like, I maybe get a little too forgiving, frankly. Okay, let's go to Jacques Jarrell. I did not ever attune to Huitsuatsui. So we're gonna go first to Tuliolal to there. Man is not a monkey. You've been in the Crystal Tower lately, or any AR realm or AR dungeon and really roulette? I disagree. Lots of monkey going in there. Look, the reason we have 24 man during alliance raids is ape together strong. It's very simple. Speaking of, I didn't hear any of your, maybe I should reframe it. What is something that you have a positive take on that you feel most people have a negative take on? And you would ardently go to bat for. It doesn't even have to be 14 related for today. Like, it can be a film that most people hate that you think's awesome. Anything. Also, I think, no, okay, I'm still pretty good with height. One thing I want to try to lower. fucking button lowers the... Which fucking button lowers the chair? Oh god! We're just gonna cut that out. Marin, can you do me a favor? Can you just cut that out of the stream? Thank you. Oh, you know what? I bet it can't go any lower. Yeah, that's the problem. It can't go any lower. Wanna go full button? Let's go full button. This is what happens when you have a camera on you. Then obsess over the stuff. Yeah, that's what. I haven't worn a tie in a while. I should definitely get some. I've got a cactus tie around here somewhere. You good? I'm good, Voltaire. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Dialogue options I always wanted was for the cutscene right before Seiryu Trial and Stormblood, where you're talking to Xenos. Dude, you're goddamn nuts. Yeah. Sorry, boss, but I have no temporal manipulation abilities now. Well, I'm just saying, you know, like, it's not like people, you can always do it afterwards. Also, hey, the Depello? The fuck is a Depello? Dapper. Very good, Infinite. Very good. As opposed to Grungy Elio. Grelio. The Grello. Actually, real quick, before we go up there, I'm just gonna grab these locales. Man, I should level up one of my jobs or something so that way I don't lose XP, because Viper being at 98, I'm gonna be 100 well before we're done. Oh, we haven't even hit the 90. Well, I guess Vanguard's the 97 dungeon. I guess I'm not so out of line. I Robot Will Smith, that movie is not the best, but I like it for the reason I struggle to really grasp. Infinite? What is it? You're the dumbest smart person I've ever met? No, I like that movie too. I understand why anyone who reads any amount of hard science fiction thinks it's kind of mostly just a dumb action movie and doesn't really do justice to like a lot of the other things. But what I would point to is that as a popular action film that actually has Asimov's law, you know, the laws, right? It is actually a good way to onboard a younger generation into knowing more. It's kind of like people who get upset about, I mean, this maybe is unfair, but like people, Tolkien scholars who get really upset about the Jackson films and the ways in which they are more action-y and more superficial versions of some of Tolkien's work. But what I think, like, on at least one, like, to not necessarily argue that point, the value of the amount of people who read Lord of the Rings who might not have if not for the Jackson films, and engaged with like Tolkien's work as a whole, read the Silmarillion, you know, read like you know, find out about Beren and Luthien, stuff like that, right? Is such that it's still good, right? So anyways, all that to say, I think that's a much more enjoyable film. I think it's a very enjoyable film, yeah. Also, a very belated response to your question, yeah. I'd have to scrub the files again to find the Vidral artifacts to check the textures. Objects like that can be despicable to find. I'm not surprised. But like most objects like that I've ever seen, almost all the texture on them is coming from the bump map. Not from like actually being modeled in. Although I guess I've never tried it. I don't know how to do it. But if you extract the 3D model with the bump map, is there a way to effectively translate that into... Someone must have done, like, there must be some math or program in order to take the bump map, apply it to a low fidelity model that it goes with, and translate that into a model with the corresponding representations of depth, right? I mean, that's probably a lot harder than I'm making it sound, because you're going to create so many vertices and faces that's probably going to create all sorts of problems, but that's got to exist. Tolkien fans who dislike the Jackson films. Oh, you mean the people who are right? No, people who dislike them, I think are, let me rephrase it. If you dislike the Jackson films on the merit of the fact that they are a representation of his work that fails to engage as deeply with themes such as pity, grace, eucatastrophe, or the fact that they are of slower pace, or to exemplify a specific character, let's say Faramir and the kingly, and then not literally kingly wisdom, but the sort of wisdom that is emphasized in that. Yeah, I agree with you. They do lack in those in some ways. However, to say they're bad is just hilariously off base, or like that they fail at all to engage with Tolkien, I think is silly. The degree to which they are maybe focused a little bit more on humanity in a less broad sense. As an example, the focus on the personal failing of, not Elendil, I'm forgetting his, Isildur, right? In a way that the Tolkien work has no really strict representation of his personal failing, and the struggle to accept the rulership of kingship out of fear of what wrong he could do, Aragorn could do in the films, is not present at all in his representation of Tolkien, then yeah, like, again, they're using different priorities, but it's using all things that exist within the text. And more importantly than that, it's exceedingly well crafted in that the heart and soul of many of the points are not only fundamentally there, but invigorated in really interesting ways. Yeah. Okay, there's a function in Blender to bump map to sculpt. Dude, that's rad. Sweet. Also, probably The Fifth Element, but I generally don't know what the public opinion on that movie. I think the opinion on that movie is most people, okay, you either think A, it's a weird movie, B, you're like, what the fuck, or C, you're like, I love this movie, and it's not actually a great film necessarily, but it's so full of like imagination and interesting and weird execution that I find it so weirdly evocative or mesmerizing that I can't put it down, you know? Luckily, I only speak bad English and dyslexic. I can only speak two languages, English and bad English. You can also use Grello to describe what you get very excited about something and start making gremlin noise. Grelio? Negative, I am meat popsicle. Okay, shall we then? Things are about to get serious, so I probably won't have a second to talk, but I definitely would be curious to see your stuff. Add your fill of the sights? Well, they appear to have almost finished. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Oh boy, guys. Here we go. More like Tolkien talk time, Deathberry, but yeah. And nothing was ever the same again.
A glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat. Here she comes!
Not to be crass, but my man, not only did the Charlians build Labyrinthos, but they also made the Ragnarok. I feel like once you've seen the Ragnarok, everything else seems, I don't want to say petty, but limited by contrast. Yeah, it's good to see you, glad to have you.
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Tural. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yasolani.
Okay, I want to take a second to say something that just occurred to me, like in terms of, having all the accents being like different and like is the most Western thing possible. Like the West literally was a bunch of different people from all across not only the states but the world all coming into a place, right? If these were all speaking like your stereotypical cowboy Western accent, it wouldn't be representational. This is better. This is I will genuinely argue this is way better. Like not just kind of better, actually better and more authentic. I mean, hell, watch a show like Tombstone, or not Tombstone. What is it called? Deadwood. Watch Deadwood, right? As an example, you want to see like what the West looked like for most people, most of the time, you know? Jessica, good to glad to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the
From an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day our trains are running coast to coast.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate dream.
These motherfuckers playing some Ticket to Ride. Brave new future, bright new dawn. The good thing that only good can happen to Tuliolal from here.
Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yasolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Not another one? You can't be serious.
I wonder if the prior ones were attempts to break through the veil between reflections, or what? Like, what did they... Oh, the fact that it's a flash of light is so perfect. Just like the rejoining of the 5th, or the 7th.
Gods have mercy.
What in the flying? What's happening?
Oh, the train! Nitobekwe and the others!
Interesting. No Okwe, not Nitobekwe.
My home lies that way as well.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
Aaronville, we need to get back right away.
heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone.
Yeah! What the? Ah!
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Someone help me, please! Oh! Oh!
Bastard!
What did it just do?
Go fucking Bakul Jaja.
Thank you.
Save the things. Just get to safety. I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace. Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
Love it. That was the first moment I really started loving him. Who could this mystery lady be?
That you should still live.
Zoralcha?
Interesting. He planned to have to kill Ona. Not.
By the gods,
What has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuli Yolal and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No, my ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
That's the worst thing you could have said to him.
You have heard my ultimatum.
At least he recognizes it's one.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
His child, his responsibility. In his mind, at least.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been father's equal in combat.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
I wonder what the depths of his physical augmentations are. Because you can see it on his hands. Little Jaja is such a fucking badass. One head down and in his twilight years and still kicking his ass.
Farewell, Zoralja, my son. And forgive me.
What?
How?
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one.
Interesting. How long did he know?
I shall even the odds.
Because he wasn't there for the reveal. Hello, trans.
Papa?
Oh, they even actually model, or at least texture.
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
I love that when she gets really angry, her pupils slit.
You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
The fact that he gives this opportunity actually does make sense now that seeing, now I understand. Why would he bother in the first place, but literally everything to him.
Wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
Earning it himself and making others earn it. It's literally his entire baggage. Father, no! This cannot be! How could this have happened? We did everything we could. Everything. It simply was not enough. I can scarcely believe my eyes. 12 of mercy. No, Papa! He can't die. How? How could this have happened?
saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save your strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
What was that about wooden voice acting? But no, that was beautiful. I loved so dearly that in his final moments, he would not only tell them to walk tall and bring their nation prosperity, but also I love his affirmation about the Yokui. Not only that he finds, not just that it's, a good thing, but that he finds comfort in it, and that is how he finds some peace in these final moments, right? But at the same time, it is such a perfect representation for what is, at least from the story standpoint, what is good, right? We fade, this flesh withers, time passes, but as long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone, right? And that is, as long as we're remembered, we're never truly gone, and that being a good thing is maybe one of the strongest seeds. That's the point of part 2, because it's what happens if you corrupt that idea, right? V, thank you for the 5 memberships. Everyone, I hope you enjoy your emotes. Crazy also makes interesting to hear all the different accents. Yeah, exactly. About with Tyrol, Shaloni and stuff. Well, Tyrol was described as a boiling pot of uniting different cultures and peoples. Yeah, exactly. But if only. Union Pacific in 7.5. Yeah. Freedom Covenant. Yeah, he does. Zeralja in his Electro armor absolutely does look like a elite from the Covenant. From Halo, yeah. I mean, spoilers since the reveal information won't be given in a while yet, but yeah, there's some insane irony to him saying that. I keep saying Galul Jaja is Tyrell's Warrior of Light. Absolutely. Yeah, very, very apt relish. The star that brings people together, not only the countrymen, but his fellows within Ketan Ram and Kefkiwa. Yeah. I love that they actually use the raise sound effect. Oh, I didn't even... Yeah, they do, don't they? My heart literally sank at that moment. Yeah. If the theme in this moment is called Hearts Tread and Trampled. Oof. Oof. Wow. Oh. At a time like this, we must take initiative. There'll be countless people in need of help. I don't understand. If only I had been more careful. Galul Jaja was so proud to be succeeded by his children. To think that he'll never get to see them carry on his legacy. But he did, right? Like, I'm not trying to say it's not heartbreaking, but at the same time, I think everything that he could have ever wanted from Kona Muglamat, he knows the future's in safe hands, right? He believes in his children. I think the most painful thing probably is Zeralja. What can we do now? You must see to the people. Assist casualties as well as any damage done to the city. Yes? Right. So, Valbuklamat, Valkona, I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn and the Lance Guard have been rendering aid to the people. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all that we can. I thank you for your report. Please inform a guard that they are priorities such efforts and to prioritize such efforts until further notice. People, I need to help them. We will assist you in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you. There are sure to be wounded everywhere, more than I could count. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. Alfino, Alice, could you take the base of Bevi, and Kral and Arianville, the palace perimeter? As for Elio, please come to the Resplendent Quarter with me. Well, I'll meet back here afterwards. Appreciate the upcoming part of the quest, even as heartbreaking is. Yeah. I think 14 does a really... I think they do a good job, but on top of that, I think they are, more importantly, they are right to say, hey, let's show you the... Let's not just show you, hey, the city got attacked and then just rush on to the next thing. Let's actually show what that cost is and make that mean something, because if that cost doesn't mean something, if you aren't made to really ponder on and think that about it and sit with it, it kind of misses the point of, like, what the story's trying to do and engage with on that topic, right? I mean, his words are also called back to very well known saying, they say you die twice. First when your body dies, and then when the last time your name is spoken. I would even maybe change a little bit to the last time, to me at least, the last time your name is thought, right? The last time your face is remembered might be another way. I really appreciate, so like one of the things I really liked about 1.0 is you could see Garlean ships flying in the sky. I do wish we saw, like obviously we have the Prima Vista, right, in Kugane. One thing I wish is we had more like models like that actually like traveling through the sky. That is like the number one thing that I saw in the 1.0 servers that I missed. You should be all right now. It's gonna be okay. My thanks. It'll be fine now. But we failed to protect the people. Why did so many have to die? Where were Valhuklamat and Valkona? Ugh. They are not to blame. I understand, I do, but I need to clear my head. Thank you, sir. But my husband and son, they were... This event also calls back to the attack on the Waking Sands in a way which is kind of fitting, calling back to a big event from ARR and the start of a new chapter. An echo, if you will. Yeah, absolutely. Also, Ken Ram not even able to look Ghoul Jaj on the scene is very sad. Yeah, it's interesting, Relish. I feel like personal interpretation probably would vary. I see that more less as he can't look his friend in the eye and more he is showing respect. But, you know, like one way it could be showing respect is choosing that him in that moment not being his final memory of him, but him at his strongest. Another is allowing it to be his children that are the ones to witness him. Like I can also imagine it's just too hard. That also I think is a super fair reading. Thanks. I am alright. Did you see them? The soldiers. They look like people, but they killed and killed with no hesitation. They attack us again. How can we hope to defend ourselves? Difference is Garleans actually have some semi-decent strategy in small craft design. The what? Sorry, the what does? The difference for what? Also, can I get a confirmation? I have the low latency rather than super low latency turned on to see if that helps with bitrate. I'm gonna clap. Let me know when you guys hear the clap. And a 1, and a 2, and a skid, biddy boo. Clap. Okay, about 15 seconds. Thank you. I thought I was done for. I heard something disturbing the enemy leader. They say he looked like Zoraja. But that can't be true, can it? Why would he first promise attack his own people? But if it was him, what happens now? Is he going to come back? What do we do if he does? I mean, it's only poor placement if you don't have a weapon so powerful that effectively at any point you could completely level the city, right? I don't think they have to be strategizing. The Garleans did. Thank you. The pain is better now. But I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Where did they attack us? And why are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Gulul Jaja. We were safe. But now... Could also be Ken Rem respecting or himself observing the Okui belief. His body dying isn't the end since his memory and legacy live on. Possibly, but it's still very hard in reality. Yeah. Honestly, I interpret it. I interpret it more to do with respect, but it's hard for me to communicate why in any one way without it being factually stated. I checked in on everyone. They're shaken, but they're okay. Much as they can be, anyway. You finished aiding the people here? Thank you. There were children among the wounded. Children! No, now is not the time. There are still others who need help. Come, you go and see how they're doing at the Talon March, and afterwards, go and find the Alice at the base of Bevy. Tam, good to see you, glad to have you. But just so you know, you're 2 minutes behind. Could be the carrier only has a certain control range. Yeah, I don't think that's I don't think that's what we're supposed to understand though, because my impression very specifically is not. My impression based off of what is described is just they're up there, they're sitting there, that they don't need to do anything, they're just a presence, right? And what can the people down here do, right? One of our strongest champions has been taken care of. For most of the people down here, we don't have weapons to fight aerial threats. We didn't even fend them off, right? We didn't fend off the soldiers. All we did was Zeralja pulled out because he wanted to and wanted to give us a chance to come try and fight him. Yeah, no, Tuliolal has no anti-air weaponry, exactly. There's no evidence of significant damage from the battle. Fighting did not spread this far, it seems. No, I just joined live and decided to meet with you. See the others in clap and chat. Okay. Good to see, glad to have you, Tim. I know it's gonna be obviously silly, but it was seeing this section that really got to me. Like one of the child mammal judges sitting here alone in the little blast mark. Mama, Papa. You check for vital signs, but there's no response. Are you all right? No. What happened? It breaks my heart to see what's become of Tuliolal. I can't begin to imagine how the people are feeling. You'll also notice that Moblin's dead over there, and the Moblin that usually sits in the stall here is missing. So. Jungle sharks? Moblin can help. The people are shaken. We must do what we can to help them, and quickly. Mama! I must protect the people. The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. The fresh scorch marks on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault. The assault on Tuliolal clearly wasn't supposed to be flawless and fully strategic. It was a show of force to draw Lamachi out. Or at the very least, like, it was all about proving the strength and showing the power, because in order to have shown that might makes right, right? And to have at last shown the power of the kingdom that he earned in his mind. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to boom. Definitely correct, but his goal was to kill his father and thus prove himself superior. It's not quite that simple, though, as you find out later, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't to kill his father. He didn't know Galul Jaja would still be alive. Like, he specifically states that he didn't think Galul Jaja would still be alive. And slight spoilers, obviously, but I'm just, like, talking around it a little bit. With time dilation, wasn't clear what was going on in and out of the bubble. I have helped all those I could find and see them delivered into the Landsguard's care. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if the Landsguard hadn't fought as bravely as they did. If Zeralja actually meant to harm the people, and if Zeralja actually meant to harm the people, look around. The buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear, to show that he could strike whenever he pleases. But we can discuss that later. How is Lamachi? She's shaken, but she'll be okay. Even after what has happened to her father, she's still trying so hard to fulfill her duty to the people. Still, everyone has their limits. She needs rest, and soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone to Gonshik's Gleam Sands. Yeah, no, I appreciate it a little. I was just making an executive decision to kind of allude to it. Yeah, to be fair, the solution I was all. Yeah. Yeah. Lighthearted summer vacation, they said. No world-ending threats, they said. Yeah. We all know the emotional damage was coming. Yeah. In German, the weather here in Tulio is called Gespenstisch. What does that translate to? In ominous clouds is what it is in English. It's a more eerie and menacing way of saying spooky. Interesting.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
There you are, Lamachi. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamachi.
She holds herself responsible for her people.
Lamachi!
How could I?
Look at me, Lamachi. You need rest. You and him both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
Yeah, respectable depiction of someone in actual shock. Yeah, absolutely.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
We'll solve this together.
You'll stick with me. Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do, rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokhui still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believed that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did. But my brother is different. There will be no reasoning with him. He killed our people, our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal.
Just Wukulmat over here basically talking about the primary conflict at the heart of 14, which is desperately trying to make a better world with people that you can reason with, and what do you do when you can't? It's a thought.
What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
And also positing what would you do for your people, and the feeling of powerlessness when you can't save them. And why might that be important? Just a thought. It's almost like there might be some mirroring between certain characters going on. Oh, yeah. I do what they do with the weather names in the game. I love what they do with the weather names in the game. Yeah. It's just preposterous. I know half of the list dies in the first few minutes of the respective games, but also, bro. I know. I like how the world changes reflected. I mean, can you imagine if you came out of the fight there and the skies were just all sunny and you had the jazz version of the Tuliolal theme playing, and like, if they didn't change the overworld? Yeah. Zorolja ruined my vacation. I worked retail. You don't mess with my vacation. Alice has a lot of experience dealing with the dying and grief that comes with it. Experience in action. Yeah. Alice's time as a hospice worker in the first coming in handy for the MSQ. Yeah. Never thought about it that way, but you're right. Wukulmat needs to close. You can reason with people, but can you resolve with people? Well played. Well played. Rules of engagement. Does Tuliol have the right to seek retaliation against the enemy nation? You're applying rules of engagement that exist due to the Geneva Convention in our world. There's no real reason to assume that they are the same. The question is, do you think they have the moral authority to do so? And I would argue unambiguously yes, because they're still basically invaded, with the only way to counter that to be basically to slay the enemy ruler. Well, that Doc looks undamaged. Yeah. No. What do you do with the people you can't reason with? Raises a weapon. Yeah. Well, monkey. But is it not animalistic? What's the word I'm trying to get at? Is it uncivil? Is it always fighting? War is never civil. You can make it more or less civil, but it's never civil. But when is it necessary? That's the question, right? When is the use of force, when is the use of violence necessary? And I feel like most media, I feel like a lot of media, one way or another, is effectively engaging in that question. I'm fine. I just need a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being here with me and urging me on despite all of my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? So much has happened so quickly. Struggle to make sense of it all. This strange soldier, those floating ships, the new powers Zorolja commands. Given everything he has done, and still intends to do, I know I cannot afford to run headlong into battle. Not this time. I cannot let the terrible pain in my heart lead me astray, but I will make it my strength. The strength and resolve to do what I must. Right. I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Kona. Could you and the others join us in a while? However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alice I'll be alright? She is probably at the base at Bevy. There are no Geneva conventions because in 14th version of Geneva was consumed by Ozma. At least the 5th Astral Era's version. I'm sure we'd see the Geneva Conventions when we go to the world's version of Canada. I'm sure we'll see a Geneva Convention or something like that in the future when we contend between Garlemald and other nations, right? Like, that's, like, at some point, all the nations are gonna need to sit the fuck down with each other and figure things out, right? Like, long term, this all is only gonna work if Tuliolal, the Eorzean nations, the Garlemald, Doma, like all of the peoples are gonna at some point need to sit down to figure this all out. To figure out like what can we unify over and accept as the norms and acceptable going forward. Talk friendly, but carry a huge axe. Like that you can get Zeralja's weapon if you're a Viper. He's just a bigger model of those specific twin blades. Yeah. When is violence necessary? Try talking to me in the morning before I've had coffee. Yeah. A good old Teddy Roosevelt, yeah. About the enemy helmets. Someone was watching Squid Games when they designed those. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely not wrong. Oh, you're back. By that, I take it Lama Chi is feeling better. She needs to be strong for her people, the people of Tural. I understand that, but she doesn't have to do it alone. So if she intends to fight, then we fight together. That said, I wish I knew exactly what we were up against. Clearly not a person. It doesn't look like any automaton or magitech weapon I've ever seen. As far and wide as you've traveled, though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before? Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield some clues as to Zeralja's new power. In place of where eyes or mouth might be, you see a triangle, a strange sigil on the front of the helm. From a distance, it appeared to be simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. The material from which it is made is unclear. You see no sign of a power source. The general shape of this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests it's far more advanced than anything you've seen before. You know, we've seen some elegant shit, so... So, what do you think? It looks like a person, but it's clearly mechanical. Indeed, while it resembles a person, it has the features that make it uncanny. The lack of face not least of all. Did you see any sign of a power source? I didn't. I couldn't find a single place that there might be one. Though it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or any other conventional fuels. I tried channeling Aether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule out an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now. Far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made of is a mystery. Rather than a metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently? We did, in the Skydeep Cenote. That's right, the glowing stone used in the chamber with the gate to the Golden City. And while the soldiers are a different color, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others when we gather at Sunpurge. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. About the enemy helmet, someone was watching, yeah. So my idea to make Garlemald pay unreasonable reparations, this will not come back to haunt us a bit later. Yeah, that definitely making people desperate by making them pay unreasonable reparations has never once backfired in the history of anything. Actually, let me just run. We go together. Honestly, you say that and there's like 6 things I think of. I'll be off for tonight. See you, Danny. Yes, this robot's made of robot. Yeah. I forget, is there an expansion-wide Easter egg in these quests, like a Spoonbill and Amistola? There's the Corn Servant. Shows up in the Look Around quests. Yeah. Some of them, anyway. Yeah. There's something else, and I'm not thinking of... I can't remember what. It'd be really interesting if you could find Sphene around. Still need to go through the Dawn Trail on my ults. I'll try and keep an eye out. Yeah, definitely do, Tam. Let us know if you find anything. Mitzilk said it best. Let the conquered, let bygones be bygones, and the conquerors treat the conquered respect. Yeah, except for that's horseshit. Because what that is, I mean, like, you're not wrong that, like, if you're gonna be a conqueror, I guess, do that. But the thing is what that is give up your autonomy, and it's the same argument as, oh, what's the argument for the kingship, what's the magnanimous kingship, basically, right? It's like, we will conquer you and we will own you and we will treat you with dignity and respect, but you will be less than us, right? That's the argument that's the Garlean argument, and it's always bullshit. So the tower in 40k, yeah. Well, the tower are interesting because yes, but also they kind of are weird that they'll just straight integrate anything, but they have pretty firm cast systems. No, so like, yeah, basically. Kids, help Dora find the Sphinx. Ancient Rome did it first. Manifest Destiny. No, Manifest Destiny is different. Manifest Destiny is basically, we have the right to conquer these lands that is ordained by destiny itself, effectively. I'm way overgeneralizing, but basically it is, we are the ordained peoples to conquer this land. It is our right, and it is the manifest destiny for us to travel west and to make these lands ours and to make them a verdant paradise that we desire, right? That is our obligation, our duty, our responsibility, our destiny. We are, regardless if other people are there first, fuck them. Whereas this is different. This is, once we rule, you will be under our subjugation and our heel, and we will treat you with respect, but you will be less than us. We will own you, you will be a part of us, but you will be less. But we will be dignified and respect and treat you good, but you will be less. That is what it is. That's not equality. That's not a good thing. It's a less bad thing. Yeah, would it be worse if they treated everyone they subjugated as like absolute horrifically? Sure. Yeah, that would be worse. It does not mean that effectively magnanimous enslavement is good, right? Looks like everyone here is ready.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort.
Shades of separate but equal.
Far
yeah.
Worse without you.
Here's the other important thing. It's always bullshit. You may have one leader or one person who wants to abide by that, but separate of equal but equal is always bullshit, and it will always result in people with the power and being the ones who are superior and above taking advantage of that power inexorably over time, and when it's enshrined into the system. You may have people who resist that, but if you have enshrined into the system the creation of two layers of people, one of which is above the other, inexorably, it won't be magnanimous. You may have a king who is magnanimous, but eventually you will have one that isn't. And that will be, and when put in a position of power to take advantage of others without any repercussion or any reason to not do so, people trend towards that. It's not that people are terrible, it's that if you create a system that has no percussion for cruelty, but benefits for cruelty, it will trend towards that, right? It's not a problem of people being evil. It's a problem of, if you incentivize bad behavior and you de-incentivize good behavior or create no reason to uphold it, people will do bad shit. And that's not to say everyone will. It's not to say that you couldn't have a wonderful leader that pushes back against that and doesn't operate that way. But if your system is that, then your system will cause that, right? What systems do?
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And
only
many
50?
times that number are wounded.
Only
All
100?
available healers are seen to their care.
Only 50 people died in the attack and only 50 were wounded?
Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue.
That's wild.
That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears. and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Oh boy, y'all got the emotes. You know whose time it is.
Greetings, everyone.
Woo! The boy is here. Eternal wins, baby. And you stole. Hope springs eternal.
Raha! Y'shtola!
After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuklamart, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested, but based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural.
I love that they're playing Canticle.
A letter from the Dawn servant addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Gulul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
it led to another reflection.
Surprise! Okay, who was surprised by that? Because I'm guessing none of you. Also, no shame in if you do.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jaja, and what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
By the power of Echo Vision, let the movie begin! I love that he still has the armor that they showed him in Storm.
This black stone
in
is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
Wait, I know that voice. Why do I know? Oh, he's Greenwatt. That's what the voice actor also. Galuf Baldezian's actor also did Greenwatt. He also sounds a little bit like Patches.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allergan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Okay, who else did not call South Sea Island being major lore importance, as we will talk about more later? Also, first example of Maki and Nemean being spoken out loud. Woo!
What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake?
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different.
There's something so evocative about a single Lalafell carrying a child appearing through a gate like that. Wonder what Kryle's parents said during their speaking to Kryle and probably telling her they don't have a lot of time or
Baby? Now hold on. Why would you...
is this? Who are you?
They gave their daughter, and the only way to see her again, on the belief, hope, the faith that it would be better for her, for their world.
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach.
Oh, the Skydeep Cenote music's so good.
Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important, so Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Sharlayan and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
Oh, how Kral feel in that moment?
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliolo. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers looked like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit, you believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections, but what of my home? What's become of it?
Erinville, I promise you we're gonna find out.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
Famous last words. Laura, good to go have you.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero, eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zorosha and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliolol. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
He may not be a fighter, but he is a gleaner.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful.
The boy!
In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
We got a crew with a plan. Team Cat Nerd. Currently, the throne room holds a dangerous high amount of cats. No such thing. Obviously, yeah. No, you weren't theorizing with people's. You're still not completed, Eureka. Well, you should join it. Says. Also, remember, like the like button before Ray yells at me for suggesting. I like to point out the dialogue across these series of cutscenes basically confirms the gate was actually open more than once. How do you figure? Other than when it was open for Kryl and open for recently with Zeralja, what was the indication of other points? Allo connecting to MSQ. Nope, didn't see it coming. Yeah, is Ken Ram wearing a Hephaestus hair? Yeah, with the young version of his hair. Yeah, it definitely was. It was always the major lore part. When people call me mad, they call me insane, but now I know the truth. And mostly, like, it was about to be the origins of Arcanima. Yeah, the Lothal baby looks. The Lothal baby model is the same as a Cure baby model. I can tell you that. Precise nailing of those two being Kryl's Kryptonian parents from a gameplay trailer alone was really cool. Yeah. Giveaway keying Kryl on insurance. Yeah, it's faith. It was belief that things could end up better that way. Sly Lala phase. Oh yeah, Infinite, you gotta go because you gotta go to bed. Well, just look at the time, do my job. Join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archive for community events, updates, and lots of lore discussions. If you like what we do, come consider joining our support and signing up for Patreon at patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. Soon I will be updating the banner above my head. It's obviously it's not playing right now. We had a code error for the Patreon name thing to get into it this morning. But we'll do that by tomorrow or at least next stream, which will either be tomorrow or Thursday. Join our YouTube channel for low price and not much, but you get custom emojis, special badges, and more fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists. True. And also now any money that we raise through super chats or through memberships is going towards the fund above my head to fill out all the collector's boxes from 14. So far we have Heaven's Word and Dawn Trail. We definitely need to get Stormblood, 1.0 Realm Reborn, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. Particularly I want Shadowbringers and Endwalkers because those statues are fire! Particularly the Endwalker one. Well, this expansion was heavily about Wuklama. I feel more of a connection to Arenville throughout it. I mean, you should. I mean, it's about him too, right? Cheers, Infinite! Has Hydaelyn always kept an eye on Kryl, like how she intervened and saved her from the Isle of Val? I assume that she has kept quite an eye on her, based on the fact that she has the Echo, but also that she was going to play a role in important events in the future that she was probably aware of. I struggle to believe I am from another reflection. I wonder, does this mean my soul is thinner than a native of the source? Surely not. Y'shtola would have noticed. Gosh, there's so much I don't understand. My head is ripe to burst. So I love that they point this out. Here's the question. Assuming that her soul is not thinner because Y'shtola would have noticed, how is that possible? To speculate a little, there's a couple possibilities. One of which is that when she as a baby was brought to the source, either during the 7th Emerald Calamity or during when she was in the Ethereal Sea due to Val disappearing into the Ethereal Sea, her self and soul might have rejoined with those two essences because Y'shtola did not see her with her soul sight ability with her eyes until after those events had already taken place. Possibility. Yeah. I'm guessing putting a goddamn fire was one of the way to make sure I was definitely. Jesus! What happened, Lo? Yeah. I don't let it event again. She guided the souls in the Ethereal Sea. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. Thank you, V. Maybe the Lalas of the Reflection have more solid souls because they're from the source originally. So damn, that was another thing. We're going to talk about that in the future when we get to the 6th map. But there is one more possibility to be that all these souls in the 9th may or may not be originally from the 9th, and therefore one that could have been an embodied individual on the 9th may have a soul that would have been more solid. Yeah. Just someone being disappointingly stupid. Lordy. Hope everything's okay. I fear we need to know more if we're to defend against another assault. I am indebted to Ochika for overseeing our operations in my absence. I'll endeavor to make myself as useful as I can here. Okay, who else saw Wicked, by the way? The Wicked movie? Because if you have, a friendly reminder that the male lead in that film, that was Grahatia's voice actor. Jonathan Bailey. No, wait, yes? Jonathan Bailey? Am I going crazy? Jonathan Bailey. Yeah. But yeah, Fiero in Wicked is Jonathan Bailey, Grahatia's voice actor. So if you want to see Grahatia dancing in libraries, hitting on women in hilarious ways, context, and also having lines like the trouble with school is they're always trying to teach you the wrong lesson. Believe me, I've been kicked out of enough of them to know. Another reflection encroaches upon our own, but how? And why now? Please be safe. We'll find a way to breach the dome, and we'll make sure everyone inside is safe. It's embarrassing to think Zoraljah caught me unawares, but I've no doubt the bastard's come to kill me. I reckon he would have succeeded were it anyone else. Who would have thought him taking the key would lead to all this? His talk of reflections is perplexing, to say the least. I should be glad for your help in understanding and overcoming this crisis. I know what I have to do now. Okay, to those of you arguing that this is basically the point that the second half begins, I mean, the music for Hope and Happiness, all the music and the preparation to go on to the second part of the adventure, I don't think you're wrong. You could make a very firm argument that part 2 begins here rather than part 2 beginning after the speech. So this, like, it's almost like the Shaloni part is kind of as like the patch content between them. It's the epilogue of part 1 and the prologue of part 2. What does that mean, Kenton Ram, if it was someone else? Here, let me... It's embarrassing to think how Zoraljah caught me unawares, but I've no doubt the bastard came to kill me. I reckon he would have succeeded were it anyone else. He's saying that if Kenton Ram wasn't such a fucking tough to kill bastard, he would have, like, the strike that Zoraljah used would have slain them. So, like, your average person would have been slain by Zoraljah, but not Kenton Ram, because he's fucking... Swole! Roll! Life! Am I going crazy? How are you allowed to ask this question? Yeah, no worries, Tam. You're doing great. People don't gotta stress too much. Just try to discretion in case someone's watching this in the future and, you know, they're watching the game for the first time. Frankly, I gotta imagine that the amount of people who are watching these streams who have never actually played the MSQ for this is pretty low. If you do exist, please comment down below, because I'd be fascinated to see that. But yeah, I'm convinced he's immortal or something. I'm starting to genuinely believe that in the Occult Crescent he found the Fountain of Youth. And like, when we finish the Occult Crescent, we will like result in the destroying of the Fountain of the Youth or something. I know we are hurried to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. These peace was swore to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what's happened and how we intend to fix it. So I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk and assume that all will be well. Assure them all will be well. But as shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. It's those who are most distressed that truly need to hear your words. If you like, I shall seek out such souls and encourage them to attend. I'll help too. This is an important step in the city's recovery. Care to join us, Elio? While you handle that, Erenvel and I will see to provisions for the expedition. Thank you. I'll go ahead and have the Lance Guard announce the address. People must first know there's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear it. If you could see to the Resplendent Corridor and base out Bevy, Alice and I will split to the rest of the city between us. Rogan are constantly shown to be tough in 14, Green, Watt, and Gosetsu, for example. Sure. Looking good for a man that is likely more than 108-year-old, at least, yeah. I think it's dumb that you can't just go into Sun Perch at any time. I get why Sun Perch has to be an instant zone, because can you imagine if it wasn't an instant zone and you're just like doing cutscenes with Galul Jaja and you just have like some person in an elephant head and no clothes walk in and ruin like the emotional moment for you. Sorry. Music. Still cannot believe we were attacked. For in mercy, my family was spared. I don't know what I would have done had they come to harm. I understand Vauklamat is going to make an address soon. I'll be there, of course. Please, leave me be. My father is gone. Leave me to mourn. There's going to be a meeting and the Vow Resolve is going to explain what the future is. Plans for the future are. Glul Jaja is slain, and yet Vow Wuklamat and Vow Kona still fight for our nation. For us. Very well. If you will speak, the least I can do is listen. There's one down there, but I feel like there's another. If ever challenge opponents in the future, it is required for both Dawn servants to fight. That's an interesting question. I would presume that only one of them would have to. Presumably the head of Resolve, but presumably both could, because if you're challenging the leadership, you're challenging both. If Turiolal falls to the enemy, what will happen to us? To our homes, our farms, everything we worked so hard to build. Lives and communities and histories all reduced to ash by these merciless villains. I heard Vow Wuklamat is planning to adjust the people. What's the point? What can she and her brother possibly have to save? There's always hope as long as we live. They plan to fight back and take the battle to the enemy. Really? The Dawn Servant has a plan already. They've lost so much, yet they prepared to carry on. Standing around worrying about that what's to come will change nothing. It would be a lie to say I'm hopeful for the future. But I will go hear what they intend to do. Look, row don't crack, Relish, to your point. Sorry, give me a sec. Checking on everyone, are you? The city's definitely seen better days, but we can only spare so much time for mourning. Only by looking to the future can we overcome this crisis. We'll all need to do our part. I've no doubt Vow Wuklamat and Vow Kona will share similar sentiments as their address. It is not safe here, not anymore. I could try to lead Tural, but where else is there to go? You look like the well-traveled sort. Please, I cannot stay here, but I fear nowhere in Tural is beyond the enemy's reach. What is the lands across the salt? Eorzea? It's lovely, but I know. Even if I ran, no, I'd regret it in the end. I love Tural. This is my home, and I know the Dawn Servants would give their lives to defend her. I will put my faith in them and listen to what they have to say. I don't know that I really came back to Tuliolal until I had finished map 5 completely. Does this music and the gloomy sky and everything does it stay this way the entire time that you're out doing map 5 stuff? Like if you come back? I need to stockpile up on food and medicine, as much as I can. And what else is there? I can't afford to forget anything. Have you heard about Vow Wuklamat's plans? There's going to be an announcement. I'm sorry, sir, but I am busy. Too much to do in too little time. There is no telling when these stone men will return. I have to get out of here and find somewhere safe. Vow Wuklamat wants to speak to us. Perhaps she has a plan then. I suppose there's no harm in hearing what she has to say. Is this forever? Daniel after them is also Elliot, yeah. Cleaning up this is tiring work. You've been busy helping as well, I am guessing. Right now it's tough for everyone. But Tudio Oral will not succumb to this. The New Dawn servant to protect and lead us. We'll get through it together. I can't leave now. What if these soldiers come back? And what are those strange machines looming overhead? Gods, I have so many questions. Vauklma is holding a meeting. She might help explain some. I see. It would put my mind at ease to learn something. Anything of the threat we face. Alright then, I'll go to the winged walk. Thank you. Feel better already. Likely better still once I hear what the Dawn servant has to say. Ooh, that wares are mostly intact. Glad tidings for my clients. Oh, sorry friend, but I have no time to spare. Vauklma and Valkona will soon be giving a public address. I have finished taking inventory before then. Given the circumstances, it must be quite important. You'll want to be there as well. I love that he's trying to talk us to get it to going. Whatever it is, I don't have time. I have to finish repairing this cart. There's only so much I can carry on my back. When these hollow devils come again, I'll need to be ready. Vauklma and Valkona mean well, but they're young and inexperienced. They can barely look after themselves. Whether to survive, I do not know if we can count on them. But they're currently planning to hold a public address. They're going to strike back at the enemy, so they are resolved to face this. Maybe it is too early to think of running. Alright, I'll go and hear their address. Has anyone gone and checked to see in Kozumauka if the geometry we found floating in the sky has been fixed since 7.1? Thank you again for spreading the word of our address. I feared those who needed assurance most would not have been present otherwise. It seems Kral and Ehrenville have yet to return. Still busy making preparations for our expedition, I presume? Did you not see Alice on your way here? I was just discussing the gate of the Golden City when Canton ran. He has been patiently answering my few questions. A few questions? More like a bleeding broadside of them. Took me back to my time with Galliv, it did. Charlian scholars, I swear. Very good. Okay, thanks, Om. It looks like you brought quite a few people. Thank you. Alice had actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing what you were still out there, she decided she was unsatisfied with her own efforts and left again. Sounds like her. My apologies for involving you all in Turali affairs. We are simply helping dear friends in need. Having traveled the lands of Tural, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, I can see it no other way. Whether this works for you or not, this is kind of like to the point why the first half is important. You can't dive into the second half and Alexandria without them having been on that journey. What's more, Zeralja and his army pose a threat not only to Tural, but to the stars as a whole. We will stand with you to protect what we hold dear and what you hold dear. Thank you. I don't expect you've had much of any rest. How are you holding up? I'm fine, thank you. Thanks to a little encouragement from Elio. You needn't worry about me either. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to protect my people. We will restore peace to the nation and preserve our father's legacy. And it begins by speaking to the people from our hearts. Right. We need to set seize you a few things first, but feel free to go ahead into the plaza and wait. Their father raised them well. That he did. Here's part of the reason I don't want, like, every expansion to be super Scion focused over and over again, is because in order for all of them to have as much screen time as a main character for an MSQ, you would effectively have to not introduce any other primary characters for an expansion, other than, like, maybe an antagonist. And, like, maybe one extra person. You couldn't have any kind of breadth of people involved in another land.
Namachi, are you all right?
Yes, don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
In the devs' defense, I feel like the devs have ardently tried to not be that afraid, but a lot of player feedback has made it difficult, Relish. I don't think it's just a dev problem. I think it's actively players give that feedback every time they try not to.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zeralja.
Zeralja? It's true! I saw him!
Proud of her for not trying to hide it.
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zoralja torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zoralja and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
A little proud.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan.
I love the cool Jaja.
Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Dural's my home, and I'll do my part for it.
Fuck yeah.
Hear, hear, brother. That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that. What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
Fuck yeah, Bakul Jaja. Bakul Jaja becoming a hype man, yeah.
We fight! We're two Leolins because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather the storm!
He's right.
Oh.
This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
Tuliolans will weather the storm.
For Tuliolan!
Is a very resonant thing to say.
Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuli Yolal.
You are the beating heart of our nation, each and every one of you.
Oh, the Warrior of Light is proud of her.
Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials.
You could say keep calm and carry on.
And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
Good shit. He did very well. It is inspiring to see such diverse people rally as one. The people of Tyrell have come together for this fight. We must endeavor not to fail them. I'm glad to see so many people came. I wasn't sure how many I had won over, so I decided to keep at it. That was a rousing speech, was it not? Let us do our part to ensure that the Dawn Servant can fulfill their promise to the people. Listening to Wuklamant and Kona, I was reminded of my time in the First. While the Exarch was no king, I often found myself speaking before the people of the Crystarium in like manner, and through their deeds, they answered me. The people of Tyrell too will rise to the occasion. This I can tell. Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you part way. I, for one, would like to see the dome firsthand. We set forth as soon as everyone is ready. We'll inform Wuklamant that, There you all are! Ah, Lamachi. Okay, question. I know they explained why that she asked for them to call her Lamachi, and I know Alice is the sort of person to love fiercely and to, like, be the sort of person to use that. Did it off-put anyone how much she, like, goes straight into just using it all the time? And I don't know if it's, like, a character thing. I don't know if it's a cultural thing. I just, like, is it just me that's just a little bit off by it? I don't think it's a bad thing, really. I don't think it's a problem, but I just, like, on a personal level, I'm just, like, it's like she uses it a lot. We were planning to call on you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, knowing that they hadn't given up hope. It was all the encouragements I could ask for. Black Flame, good to have you. Tevel a tad force? Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit, though. Right then, let's get going. We leave for Jacques Tyrell Skygate. Astoria, you thought it did too? But yeah, Relish, that's fair. I saw a number of people upset at the implication that Graha wouldn't be in Dawntrail. Yeah, so like, I feel of two minds. Well, I don't even feel of two minds. I feel like having played this game for a while, what I've borne witness to is a lot of people who want to sure the Scions to be somewhat around, but don't want them to be necessarily on the forefront and want new stuff. But also a ton of people too. I'm not saying either's a majority because I don't know, but a ton of people who get that give feedback every time they aren't the focus of frustration with that. So I think there's like that contention going on, right? Where it's difficult because I think the devs are kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't. Anytime that they put the Scions in the forefront, people have been like, hey, maybe it's time to move on. And anytime they've put them in the background, they've been like, where are the fucking Scions, Yeah, I don't know. Wuklamant said to call her that, so why not call her that? No, I mean, it's not the use of it at all. That, I'm like, why is she calling her Lamachi? It's... How do I put this? The rest of the casting crew are not calling Wuklamant by name at all, or using Wuklamant or Lamachi as much as Alice is using Lamachi, and so her repeatedly using it and to some extent it being called attention to because of that repetition of use makes it feel a little off to me. Not that that level of familiarity is unearned necessarily. It just is. It's just very constantly used. It's just used a lot, I guess. It almost feels disproportionate. It would be like someone being like, spending a bunch of time. It'd be like someone spending a bunch of time with me, and every time they saw me during the day, say, Elio, Elio. It's not that it's wrong or weird or like ardently that weird, but it is can be a little off-putting. I'll be right back. I got pictures today of the boy. He's doing very well. I miss him. I'm put off by the fact that Alice calls her that quickly, but we still got to have the dialogue option to drop the... We don't have the option to drop the G in Grahatia. You calling him Raha, yeah. Well, it's good for a leader to be friendly and easy to connect with too. Much familiarity comes across as unprofessional. That's true. I think the Scions are a bit of a unique case where we are more in line with, especially literally what the name Lama Chi is, we're effectively seen as family. So it would be like, you know, have you ever read the letters of some of the royal cousins in the like early 20th century? Because they sound a lot like that, like how Alice is talking to her, you know? Yeah. Alice just got a thing for Buff Catley. Since my main is Froth, Black Flame, yeah, it's canon in my playthrough. Yeah, I can see that. The fact that she calling her by name that often too does seem forced. Yeah, exactly. It's not Lama Chi being used at all. That's not the problem. Even from afar, I can sense something isn't right about that dome. Kona and Cantonram will continue to manage affairs at the palace. Once I've inspected the dome, I will join them to make preparations against further incursions. We should have everything we need for the expedition, from food to medicine to gear. It's quite amazing how much you can fit in Erenville's rucksack. The dome appears to lie well beyond Shaloni, and good thing we've Erenville to guide us. Yasulani isn't exactly a short distance from Shaloni. If the train isn't operating, we'll need to consider other means of travel. Everyone here good? This is it, my friends. We've go to strike down Zeralsha and secure peace for Tuliolal. We'll be passing through Shaloni, where there have been reports of enemy movements, so stay sharp. The Landsguard had told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and took to looming overhead. A display of force like the vessels in Tuliolao. Indeed, and while they haven't taken any aggressive actions, I want to see how things are at the area before moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements on the way to Shaloni Station. It's the perfect opportunity to look around. In that case, Elio, I know a few locals who can help. Then let's divide into two groups. Erenville, Alice, and Elio will come with me to inquire with the locals. Meanwhile, the rest of you can go to inspect the dome. Understood. Once everyone has finished, let's us reconvene at Shaloni Station. We can start with Hutswatwi. That's where the Death Watch is based, if I remember correctly. You do. The Sheriff Kameka should be able to tell us a few things. I blame the story. Meeting your high school teacher after graduation, and then they tell you to call them by their first name. I blame the story pacing for that issue. I don't... how do I put this? I don't. Not in that you're not wrong that if more time was afforded, it could have been less that, but I do not think affording all of Dom Trail the entirety of that time to having be the Rite of Secession and not having the back half be this story, especially with how much this story is thematically mirrored to the first half in beautiful ways that I think are very resonant to further deepening not what it means to be. One is what it means to become a leader, and the other is what it means to be a leader. I think there's no way to get around that they couldn't afford it more time. So given that, I think they do it within that context, they do excellently, but within that context. Also, my barrel tender, he's so good for this environment. An FF expansion. Oh, sorry. It feels like they're overemphasizing the friendliness, intimacy, instead of it more naturally occurring in conversation. Yeah, and it's interesting because I feel like the only place it particularly feels that force is from Elucidate for me. But yeah, an FF expansion having pacing issues, I've never heard of it. Every single expansion. But here's. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be critical, but at some point, if the argument is that it's like it has pacing issues because it's not perfect and there's places where the pacing could be slightly better. Here's the thing. There is one expansion, as far as I'm concerned, that actively has specific, discernible, ardent pacing issues, and that is Stormblood. The rest of them could be tightened or tweaked, or a different way could be better. But Stormblood is the only one where pacing actively and specifically harms it in ways that are pretty demonstrably could be actively better without losing anything that it's traded off for. Whereas Dawn Trail, many of the arguments I've seen would have to sacrifice other things to gain those benefits. That would be my argument. Come to think of it, we should also drop the Y from Y'shtola and call her Shtola. If she threatens to take us over the knee, I think we have good enough connection for dropping the formality. Yeah, let's fucking go music. Yeah, definitely Black Flame. I agree, Des. We can playfully tease and taunt one another. The formalities are long gone. Yeah. Make dropping the G and Y in dialogue a reward for maxing trusts. Now there's an idea, Astoria. I like that. We invade Shaloni, there will be a gun behind every blade of grass. Clever idea aside from just all glams for them. Yeah. Stormblood felt like half of two expansions smashed together. Yeah, so Jane, as I will always say, and I'll keep saying to the day I die, the problem with Stormblood is that it's not two expansions smashed together. It is 4 acts that the energy for them. So you go through Girabania for the first fourth of the expansion, and then all of that momentum is completely reset and not used to any effect. And the development for Lise on top of that is not done as well. The amount of time afforded to Lise is not as great as it needs to be. And not because there needs to be more time, but just throughout the expansion, you actively need to provide her with as much time that is being provided to Wukma. Like it or not, like if you provided that amount of time and development, Lise would work a lot better, first off. Secondly, when all that energy completely restarts when you go across the Siren Song Sea, and you're basically starting the expansion from scratch almost, what feels like in Doma, or in Hingashi, and you do Othard for the next half of the expansion, for like the middle 2 sections, and then you come back to Girabania. Yeah. Stormblood starts like 3 times, yeah. Yeah. I'd say best paced expansions are Heavensward and Shadowbringers. I don't think Heavenward's that well paced, personally. I think Heavensward's slow as heck in multiple of its parts, including its first, Kurthis Western Highlands, and the pretty much everything in the Seeing of Cloud feels pretty slow to me. But I'm not saying you're wrong, Black Flame. You're saying what you feel like is best, right? I'm just saying, like, I actually don't think Heavensward's very well paced. I think here's a counterpoint. I think Shadowbringers is probably the best paced. I would argue Endwalker is just as well paced. The difference is that Endwalker is not a standalone story to the same degree, and is a climax. And so within the context of being a third act, of being a Return of the King, I think it is phenomenally paced. But yeah. Talk to Wukma versus Shut Up Please. Yeah. I'd say they all have some pacing issues. Not saying they're bad for pacing issues. Yeah, but the recognition of the good stories all have their issues. Yeah, and I don't want to fall either in the camp of it's not perfect, so but I don't also want to fall in the well, everything has issues, so it's not worth critiquing. All I'm saying is that, I think there's a difference between, oh yeah, this could use some tweaks versus there are active pacing issues, right? That's all I'm saying. Heavenwards drags like hell until near the end when everything happens in like 5 seconds. I might defend that I think the back third gets going, and I'm pretty okay with the back third, but I definitely feel like if you haven't, and I'm not, again, maybe you have played Heavensward recently, but I would say if you haven't replayed Heavensward recently, I think it's worth a replay, because it's easy to forget how much of everything before basically the vault is kind of slow, I like the slowness. It felt like we had prep time to face the threat instead of the world ending now-ish, maybe, kinda. Yeah, I guess for me, instead, what it felt like I like the time that's spent when like we get shit going and like they get the key and everything going to Aziz's Law. I will say, I feel like the first third, it is slow in a way that does not endear me any further to the culture or the people. It just feels like, okay, I'm ready to keep going, you know? But that's just me personally. The people of the wilds are brave indeed to remain here with those ships overhead. Have you met Americans, Aaronville? Everything seems in order at a glance. Oh, thank you! Yeah, thank you, V. V brought me food. Yeah, I actually have more pacing issues with Shadowbringers than I do with everything but Stormblood. Ooh, do tell, Relish. I'm replaying it on alt, and it does feel slow at Ravana. Yeah, it's particularly everything up to like 53. It feels a little slow to me. And water pacing was very jarring for me, the whiplash between heavy and light stuff, but I really like that because I think the whole, without the lighter, more humanist parts, I would have a mental breakdown. Exactly, Astoria. I think the thing is that as much as there is like the tonal difference between the lowest moments and the highest moments of Endwalker is a pretty big gulf, but I think most of the time it's not a whiplash, and the few times it is a whiplash, it's very specific. I'll give you an example. Here's an example of a very whiplashy moment that I still think is a great moment, not because it's funny on its own, but Pudding Way. When you are in Garlemald and everything has gone to fucking shit and the final days have begun, and all of a sudden, like, you see a way out in the distance walking towards you, almost looking zombie-like, and then it's just Pudding Way. That, in that, everything for the past, like, 2 hours or 3 hours has just been so heavy. And it is just a little bit of a reprieve that is, I think, appropriate, you know? Have you met Americans, Aaronville? Yeah. Thank you, V. Yes, thank you. So this is the region has its own peacekeeping force. Kameka. Oh, so it's you two. I'll be Val Wukelmod as well. You're the sheriff of Dustwatch, yeah? What's the situation in Hutswatwi? Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ship gave us a shock when they first appeared, but they've just been floating there menacingly, holding position. That said, I've received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. We've been investigating to the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked in on Shinsawezi Springs yet. Apparently, mechanical soldiers were seen in the vicinity. What? If this is true, then the people there are in danger. I worry about our other townships as well. The rest of you could head to these springs. I'll pay a visit to Metawawatsosin. I'll accompany you, Anvil. I'll see you all in a while. Okay, I'm gonna walk there so I can get a second to eat. Jamming Way is my spirit animal. Jamming Way is fucking rad. Did you just kill my barista? I love the Loporrits. Here's the thing. I love the Loporrits so much. I love how the Loporrits are written so much. The Loporrits to me are a perfect example. If you did the Loporrits 10% worse or 10% more in any of the directions, be it the sardonic or the happy or the whatever, I think they wouldn't work, you know? I fell in love with Final Fantasy XIV from Heavensward. Yeah, Laura, a lot of people I know do. A lot of people still to this day, even those who will say that they agree that Shadowbringers is maybe like the best, still think that their favorite is Heavensward. It's very common. A lot of people, yeah. Part of that, I think, is the more high fantasy element, the more Tolkienian element. Part of that, I think, is, you know, the dragons included. There's a lot of good reasons for that. It may not be my favorite, but I definitely get why it is. I mean, Pudding Way is the protagonist of Endwalker. Yeah. I really like the balance between humor and Dark Descent and Endwalker. The levity really helped. I think because the levity is, it's not just the what of the levity, it's the when and why and how. Pudding Way did the Shaun of the Dead thing. Yeah. The Fae, while fun, feels meandering. I think some of the Fae can feel meandering. That's not unfair. The trolley is infamous for feeling like busy work. Sure. The golem building felt too long. I wouldn't argue against that, but I think for the most part, I think the Talos stuff is important, but yeah. And the Sahagin chores that point out our chores are kind of bad. Yeah. I do think a better way to incentivize having explored the Tempest before going to Amarok could have worked. Sure. Can we have an April Fool's 8.0 trailer where all NPCs are Loporrits? Okay, better yet, what if it's not an April Fool's Day trailer? What if, and hear me out, 8.0, all Loporrits. That or, like, just, you know how they gave us the Tataru RPG? What if we had a Loporrit RPG? Moments of brevity to counter the pathos. Hythlodaeus. Yeah, exactly. I love when Hythlodaeus literally calls it out. Yeah. It's had it all. Moments of brevity to counter the pathos. Yeah, like. Okay, I'm gonna take a second to eat really quick. Sorry, I'm so hungry. Yeah, with Lobzinos, yeah. April Fool's seasonal event. Hear me out, the April Fool's seasonal event is called Manderville. Get the food buff. Actually, I know for a lot of you, but we've got some newer people in the stream today. Do me a favor. Can all of you write the acronym for what your favorite expansion is? I'm curious if with this community there's a disproportional amount to certain ones. I'm with you, Relish, yep. Gotta bring her Heaven's Word. I know we don't have a ton of data points yet, but honestly, as a breakdown, this is basically what I would have expected. Okay, now interesting question. Okay, we do have a disproportionate amount of Endwalkers, I think, than is commonly held, which doesn't surprise me for Team Pool. Same question, what is your least favorite expansion? We're not counting a Realm Reborn. We're counting a Realm Reborn as base. I don't treat 1.0 as base because, one, you cannot play it any longer, and secondly, you can't play it any longer, and secondly, so much of the narrative is either repurposed or removed from that. I see 1.0 as a prologue, effectively, at this point. Stormblood, Stormblood, Stormblood. I'm sorry, Stormblood. I enjoy you, but not as much as others. Again, not what I expect, not unexpected. I was just curious to see if there's any outliers there. We're not arguing about whether or not Stormblood is bad. We're just saying what's your least favorite. Mm-hmm. Any particular reason, Relish? Just dragons just not do it for you? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I'm with all you guys. Stormblood isn't my least favorite. I don't hate Stormblood. And there's a lot I like about Stormblood. Mostly what Ishikawa wrote. Like, everything in this step works. I wonder why. Sure, Black Flame, that makes sense. But Stormblood patch leading to Shadowbringers was peak. It's pretty good, they're pretty good. Heaven's Word. But still a baby by some. I ain't been playing a while, Black Flame. What? It's at least 2 years now, right? The 0.0 of Heaven's Word is kind of meandering and ends really weirdly. You feel so? Also, when I say expansion, I do technically mean the 0.0, because I think there's a completely different conversation. Like, for instance, if you were talking about Heaven's Word 3.0 versus Heaven's Word 3.1 to 3.3, completely different conversation. And mine? I love Endwalker, but it's really important that it's like, Endwalker on a thematic and character level is literally, I'm not kidding, No, actually just is literally what, if you ask me what I would have wanted for an expansion, and a delighted and surprised in all the right ways, the themes, all the themes that I wanted, like, it's not fair because Endwalker literally was an expansion made for me. As for my least favorite, probably Stormblood. And again, I'm talking about the .0s, because .1 through .3, it becomes a Heaven's Word 3.0 to 3.3 versus Stormblood 4.0 to 4.3. It becomes a harder conversation. Probably still I like Heaven's Word more. And then if we count 3.4, I mean 3.4 is just, one of my favorite patches. Narratively, it's so good. It's the meeting the Warriors of Darkness and the conversation and Ardbird's desperation is just yeah. I joined right about Endwalker was coming out. So about 2 or 3 years now. Black Sun. Yeah. Heaven's Word 0.0 was weird. I was so confused, but really loved it. Yeah. I joined after 6.55. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I keep forgetting you've only been around for such a short time. Endwalker was perfectly timed for its themes. That too, Tam. If I had to rank people who argue, here's the thing. People who argue that Shadowbringers is better than Endwalker, I'm actually not that interested in arguing against them, because here's the thing. If you could only show someone one expansion, Endwalker stands worse by itself than Shadowbringers does. But by the same token, I love it because Endwalker it's like the perfect finale I could have ever asked for, right? Really resonated with me considering the world events. Yep, that too. I started in Heaven's Word. It's also my least favorite. That's usually pretty rare, Lil. What's the particular reason? If I had to put the expansions in order, I think I would go Endwalker, Shadowbringers, Dawntrail, Heaven's Word, Stormblood. We'll see where Dawntrail lands in time, but I think right now I would put it above. I think there's Heaven's Word has some really great highs I love. In particular, if we're talking about 3.0 to 3.3, because I'm going to say 3.0 to 3.3. The final steps of faith really lands, and it really lands because of the narrative before. I really love trying to get through the future of Dragonsong War. I love when Estinian has to see the truth of the man and dragon working together, and he accepts it, but also but cannot also shirk his duty to Ishgard. Like I love Ysaele's sacrifice, her belief that her willingness to sacrifice herself for the hope that no child will ever, be lost out in the cold again, right? So, there's a lot of great things, but I think Dawntrail has more like mid-high points to me, and more, and as many high points. Yeah, I just especially enjoy it. I've replayed it twice, and one of those since Shadowbringers, in fact. Yeah, wow, that's my exact order. There you go, Relish. Yeah, same order I posted earlier. There you go, Tim. Yeah, I started right during Endwalker, but between the 4 reference and story themes, I am an Endwalker target audience. Oh, interesting, Althea. Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, the 6.x for Endwalker is, hey, we heard you like Final Fantasy IV. What if we did it? Man, Zero being Cecil was, not literally being, but Zero effectively thematically being the Cecil was so good. So good. I love that I just didn't even think about it or consider it, but of course, I love it. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. Admittedly, there's probably some retrospective bias that makes me dislike it even worse because they removed Summoner from the game, and yet I know a job called Summoner is still in the game today. No child should be left out in the cold. Side eyes, Garland Mold. Yeah. Yeah. And all clear this way. That's not more like the mechanical soldier doesn't seem to be in the area. Still, we should talk to the locals. Let's make a rounds and see what we can learn. Oh my god, that was so satisfying. Thank you, V. Yeah, I don't know what that speaks to. I don't know if the fact that a lot of you guys are generally in the same ballpark as my order is a byproduct of the fact that there aren't that many expansions, relatively speaking. If that's due to the people who are likely to watch my streams or be part of the T community are more likely to be individuals with similar tastes, or if it's more of a, actually there is maybe a, I mean, look, we're talking about a data point of not even 10, right? So who knows? But I am, like, I'm curious if I'm curious if you could actually magically snap your fingers and have every person who played 14 and has completed every expansion give an honest opinion what their order of expansions would be. I'd love to see that data. Oh, you're the one who helped us the other day. Woalika and the others are out investigating, and they confirmed that Nidawikwe is safe. It was after the train had begun its journey back here that the dome appeared. So those who were riding the train then are fine, but we don't know what's become of those who disembarked in Yasilani. Ugh, what a mess. Just after we finished fixing the tracks. I wonder if there was ever a version of the script where Nidawikwe died just because of like creating the parallel to the first. Seeing her blossom made me so happy, goddamn happy. Yeah, with Zero. The thing is I really enjoyed Zero's story in 6.x, like quite a lot, but what it really makes me excited for is to see whenever we do the Void or Golbez or Zero come back into the story for an expansion, because they have such a well-crafted character who we can just hit the ground running with. Ah, Elio, you came. As you can see, we're doing all right. After those ships appeared in the skies, soldiers clad in white showed up in the surrounding town. But to our surprise and relief, a traveler came along and dealt with them all in a flash. I'll never forget the way he soared through the air, spear in hand. Shame I never had a chance to ask his name. Kinda cute. We're all safe thanks to him, but I can't say the same for those in Yasilani. We haven't heard from anyone there. I hope Namika is well. Yeah. Statistics funny. Yeah, the selection bias here is real. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, the Void lore was amazing. Yeah, that too, Astoria. Yeah. I'm gonna be asking for database final tomorrow. Laughed so hard during the cutscene. Yeah. Elio, you came. Cyberpunk. Who was that masked man? Yeah, exactly right. My boy be attracting them Shitona. Mechanical soldier shows no sign of life. It appears to have been run through with a polearm. Oh, Stydian. Oh, yeah, don't get me started. Stydian and Dawn Trail was, oh, so good. You heard about the spearmen as well? That couldn't be anyone else. What's this? Someone's spreading more gossip about me. Oh, the music is here. Talk of how I'd save the town travels fast. That's not discounting the help of my friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating. I thought you'd come sooner or later. Do you know what's happening? So you were the one you were indeed the one keeping the people safe. Thank you. Think nothing of it. The automata aren't particularly strong. But are the rumors true? The little Jaja is slain. I'm afraid so. Zeralja used some dirty trick to get the better of him. We'll make him pay for what he's done. Mark my words. You're going to help her, I assume. That's the plan. We're going to take the battle to the dome. I see. With your contingent, you won't lack for strength. In which case, I will remain in Shaloni and keep my eyes on things. That helps us more than you know. I'll send word to my brother before we set off. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to contact Kona. Kona? Brother? Wait a second! You're the Vow of Resolve? I am. And here's the Quoba, right? I'll be counting on you to keep everyone here safe. Absolutely! If more of those hollow men show up, I'll send them packing. I'm the fastest gun in Shaloni, after all. Elio can attest to that. Right. Yeah. Glad to hear it. We leave Shaloni in your capable hands. Let's get patrolling right away, then. Yeehaw! Stay safe out there. Don't do anything reckless. Wasted words, eh? Just do what comes naturally. From one Eorzean to another. Right then, it's time we headed to the station and join the others. To victory, yeah! Stinian continue to be the world's most powerful hobo. Or the sky, which is from Heavensward. Yep. Hydaelyn, the Guild, and the Guild. Yeah. Most of Shaloni, we have guns. The strongest man in Shaloni, I have a stick. I like the part where he basically looks like Tintin. Oh, the American guy. Yeah. With the hair and everything. Isn't Tintin French? Oh man, he really is Tintin. Tintub. Imagine if there were more like Appalachia. It'd be guns as well as accompanied by banjo boss music. It seems those soldiers only appeared to be in Shenandoah Springs. Could they have been after the ceruleum? It seems that the people of Shaloni are safe. What a relief. Mahawatosan is safe, but the animals are unsettled by recent events. The dome is absolutely massive. What manner of kingdom do you suppose he claimed within its borders? Ra and I visit the settlements west of here. Thankfully, there was no damage or casualties to speak of. I heard from Mukulmat that Astinian was here. With him to watch over them, the people of Shaloni will have naught to fear. He's Belgian? Really? Oh, interesting. I didn't realize. Thanks to Astinian, there were no casualties to speak of in Shaloni. The Hatsara were safe as well. At the very least, there were no sightings of these soldiers here. What about the dome? Did you learn anything of note? It is composed of exceedingly high concentrations of lightning energy. To even touch the barrier would prove fatal. When approaching it, you must exercise all caution. Then how are we supposed to get inside? If Zeralja and his army emerge from within, there ought to be an entrance. An entrance, you say? It just so happens we might have an inkling where one is. These are the engineers of Jacques Terral Railing, which operates the train between Shaloni and Yasulani. When we went out to recover the train, we had ourselves a look at the dome through the telescope. It was then that we saw it, a large fortress-like structure, and it looked like it straddled the dome's edge. You're telling us part of it is inside and part of it is outside. That seemed to be the case, yes. While we only observed from afar, the soldiers were coming and going from it. From that, I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever's inside. But as you expect, the area was heavily defended. It won't be easy to get near. Do you know what became of the passengers who went to Yasulani? Wuklamat's nursemaid was among them. A woman named Namika. Is this the first time we've met? Okay, I was supposed to say this is for... What? I'm afraid not. Only the passengers were headed back here are accounted for. I can say for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived in Yasulani. But when that big tremor struck, not long after we left the station, I hit the emergency brakes and looked back. All I could see was the dome. What's more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. What are the odds of that, eh? Assuming this fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how we reach it undetected. I don't care if we're detected. I say we smash our way inside. Despite how it sounds, I actually gave this some thought. Zeralja wants me to prove that I'm Father's worthy successor. If I fail, he'll destroy Tuli Alal. By charging it head on, I'll make my intentions plain as day, and in so doing, keep his eyes on me. A bold strategy. I like it. Of course, your plan will be no good if you cut down before reaching their base. What you need is something that'll give you there quick and break through their defenses with a single decisive blow. And we have just that. How did I ever think I was going to get to Vanguard yesterday? Since the tracks go straight to the fortress, we can reinforce our train with armor, load her with all the fuel she'll carry, and send her hurtling at it to explode on impact. Chief, have you gone insane? You were just saying how relieved you were the train's in one piece, and now you want to turn it into a bomb? The train's not important. Our dream was to have a railroad running from coast to coast, remember? If these invaders have the way, there may not be any more railroads, let alone trains to run on them. Is that what you want? It's a sacrifice we have to make. Look at that smile. These good folks were willing to put their lives on the line to get inside that dome and put a stop to all of this. The least we can do is help them out. But Chief! Listen, no matter how hard things may get, no matter how many times we fall, we can always get back up. As long as we're alive, we can always build another train. So have faith and quit your complaining. But what if we fall really, really hard? There's no getting back up if we're dead. No. No one's dying on this train. I'll see to it myself. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip. We'll need to jump off at the last moment if we don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. You all right with that? There's no change in her mind, is there? Just promise me you'll be careful out there, honey. Oh. We won't leave you with any sorrows to drown. Promise. Seeing as I've never had a drink in my life, I certainly hope not. It'd be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife besides me, that's all I really need in the end. Well, at least it'll go down as the legendary train that saved Tyrol. That it will, but first we gotta get where it works got work to do so she'll look the part. Praise the troll. Praise the trolley. I don't know much about Magitech, but if there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. We'll keep that in mind. If any of you are willing and able to lend a hand, there's work that needs doing over at the storehouse. He's got a gun, so he's American. It seems we have a path forward. I believe this is a good time for me to return to Tuliolal and inform Kona of the situation. I shall return as well. I have new investigations to pursue. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gate in the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something of our use in our fight. Wait, did she go to the Golden City? How does she know what the elemental aspect is of it? It's one mystery after the next, but at least we're not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know we can get through this together. I think my favorite thing about Dawn Trail is how many silly, quirky, goofy moments with cartoony sound effects have been incorporated in the MSQ, and even lots of side stuff. Love the feeling of Hildebrand leaking into other content. I love it how it's used in Dawn Trail. If it was any more than how it's used in Dawn Trail, it'd be too much for me. Like, I don't want them to undercut the serious with that too much. Using it at the right times, it's awesome. The plot point fills me with dread. Disappearing into the dome, the writers cooked with that concept. Yeah, bold strategy cut. I wasn't gonna say it. You were gonna say that you were gonna say that how the frick was I planning on making the Vanguard? When I first played with my friends, when they were talking about how to get into the dome, I joked with my friends, all right, hear me out. We get a bunch of explosives on the train. I guess my joke predictions came true. There you go. I love the occasional hawk cry. So what do you think about Dawn Trail so far? I really love, I really like Dawn Trail, and I really think it's very successful on a lot of fronts. I would point out that reviewing any expansion that is using the patch content as its epilogue, so Shadowbringers, Heaven's Word, or Stormblood, and Dawn Trail now, without considering the point 1, 2, and 3, is like basically, you're not considering the full expansion to effect, right? It's the same way that you wouldn't talk about Heaven's Word without really talking about the final steps of faith. So, with that caveat, I think there are a couple specific issues I have, mainly rooted in Zeralja in the first half would be a benefit from a couple more focuses. It would be nice to incentivize a little bit more intrigue up front, because a lot of the intrigue takes back seat to the fundamental focus on the tournament, and even when the intrigue begins within the Golden City, when reaching at the end, it really, diving into that does not begin until the back half. So all the intrigue is backloaded, and it is wonderful in the backload, but a little bit up front would be fine. I don't mind that necessarily myself, but I understand that definitely as a critique. Those are the two. I have one other. I know I have a couple other critiques, but I think Dawn Trail is really, really good. And I think especially if you look at it from the standpoint, like there are specific, like a few specific relatively minor issues I have. Some are maybe not necessarily minor, like Zeralja. One of the things I will say too is that if you think about Dawn Trail as the fact that it's not leading towards a finale on its own and is effectively the second ARR, I think it's remarkable how much it's doing for the future in a way that's easy to not probably tell at the moment. It's doing a lot for the now while also setting up a lot for the future, while threading the future in some wonderful ways, while also not throwing away the past in the ways in which it still hints towards Garlemald and Thavnair and all sorts of other things. So I would definitely, for me, on its own, I put it below Shadowbringers for me. But I think the weight that it's carrying and the fact and I think for the things it's doing, I'm quite a fan. Yeah. What did you think of, Laura? As I've said before, the role quests already push it. Yeah, the role quests are the farthest I think that I would be happy for them to push. Not that the role quests are technically MSQ, but I'm going to count them as MSQ. The farthest I'm down for them to push the humor moments like that. And I think they work. I like them in the role quest so far because the role quests I think are paced really well for them. Yeah. If anyone wants to join for the upcoming dungeons, let V know. They can meet at Tuliolal Instance 1 on the beach. On my way home. Yeah, no worries, Tim. Could still be an hour before we get there at this pace. Yeah, fair. Dawn Trail feels a much better version of A Realm Reborn right now. I would even give it more credit than that, but I would say it's doing a lot of the things that A Realm Reborn is doing and more. I think also Dawn Trail, one of the things that it does emphatically to me, really amazing, is establish what it means to become a ruler and what it means to be a ruler, and it's two halves, basically. And I think it knows those themes. It understands the themes it wants to talk about, like, for instance, finding the beauty in the acceptance that this is all ephemeral and this path must end, and it's okay to let go of the past and move forward and just to remember those that you love, and to remember, hold on to those that you remember, and there's a beauty in that. There's a grace in that, in letting go and letting the next generation take the torch, which has obviously been a very big thing, particularly since Endwalker, but even before that. And maintaining that theme, showing it in a different way from different perspectives here in Tural, but then on top of that, having, doing that, but then showing the bastardized version of that, right? Puts on V disguise, chop, lore boy. Okay, I'm going. Well, we have our plan. Now let's finish the train and blast our way to the dome. To use this train as an explosive is a brazen plan. We'll have but one attempt, so we best make it count. This ship seems to content to remain waiting in the skies, so let us take this opportunity to do what we can and prepare. One musical note I think that I would love for them to do is I wish, beyond Tuliolal having the use of the theme, I wish Smile had a motif that existed in the early parts of the game. Like, obviously Smile has a motif, but I mean like a version of the song that existed was used as much as the Dawn Trail main theme is used. I hope Namika is safe. Even only just having met them, I can see how important the train is to the Wadika and the engineers. We can't let this sacrifice be for nothing. I think it's 14 as a whole, most of the expansions, while having their own focuses, there's like, and I need to like just write down like a codified version of this thought, but there's like 4 or 5 themes that are like the primary points of 14 that are emphasized and re-emphasized over and over and over again. Yeah. Also, just from a lore perspective, we're just talking about lore. Dawn Trail was absolute fire from a lore perspective. If we're just talking about lore, not talking about narratives or anything, like Dawn Trail is maybe one of the best expansions for lore. Like, holy shit. While I have no objections to the plan itself, I have one concern. How can we be certain Zoraljah will not strike Tuliolal in retaliation? I considered the possibility, but when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show this kingdom is superior to Tuliolal, and it'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength. Indeed, if anything, we're more likely to put Tuliolal in danger by not taking the fight to him. So we indulge Zoraljah at least, until Tuliolal has shored up its defenses. Right, we'll charge in from the front and keep his eyes on us, during which time Kona will find a way to fortify Tuliolal. If you believe this is the best course, we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there'll be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we'll do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. Also, to everyone who else, I want to point something out. To everyone who says map 5 has is so long by comparison to the other maps in Dawn Trail, you're not wrong, but I would point out, think about how much happens in Elpis. Like, think how long and how much happens and how long Elpis is. Before going to Elpis, who is the primary antagonist of the entirety of this expansion? By the end of Elpis, I know the entirety of Vanam, Medion, Mitselk, and Hythlodaeus deeply and intimately. You know? Everyone's hard at work on the train. I can't wait to see how it turns out. Looks like work is getting underway. We'll finish in no time at all. So what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the Rite of Secession. Would you happen to know if you would be willing to come and help us? Complete the modifications to the train, I mean. Of course. What sort of craftsmen do you have in mind? Let's see now. I'm foreshadowing Pandemonium. Yeah. Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, they'll be over in an instant if they manage to get just one good hit on the cerulean tanks. According to my eyewitness, the soldiers use lightning-based weapons, so I'm minded to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who can handle that? I do, and his name is Wook Evu. A master carpenter from Okhanu, eh? If they'd be willing to be, we'd be glad to have him. No objections from me then. Just be sure not to forget their traditional greeting. Oh, Kali! But we need more than just a carpenter. We want this done in a timely fashion. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. Don't suppose you know anyone up to the task. Perhaps Zermerwort would be of use? A Yokui? Zermer would be perfect. Would be hard-pressed to find a folk stronger than the Yokui. I'm sure he'd be willing to help. I'm so happy that the wrong choice was up top. You're friends with the Yokui. I'll be damned, not one for strength with help like that. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like as not, the soldiers will be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm, like my brother. Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use? Well, what about ballista installed right onto the train? Ballistas, eh? Well, they'd be powerful. Seems to me like it'd take too long to reload between shots, though. If there's some sort of ballista that could reload quickly, that might work. Weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The Crystarium employed etheric cannons for its defense, and so no reason why the design can't be adopted for your train. While I did convince them myself, I did not conceive them myself. I know their design, and it should be possible to build them here, provided we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now that's the sounds like something Vonjatan can help with. What are the materials we need? The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, so long as it's highly conductive to aether. Power the cannon will require fire aspected crystals of the highest purity. Fire crystals, eh? Might be that his miners over that springs can help with that. Then, if I could, I'd leave the crystals in Smith's in everyone's hands. I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Right then, I'll secure us the Smiths. In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Shenza is in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it first. Well, I think we're set for plans. Thanks for the consultation. Now let's get this train dressed up and give her people a farewell she deserves. I think he takes the Endwalker themes and plays with them. I like the twist, the other reflections, I see the potential, but I'm not a fan of the main characters, though. That makes me sad, Elora. I mean, not to comment on you, I'm sad that a lot of people aren't a fan of, like, Wuklamat, mostly because I just think, I don't, like, absolutely adore Wuklamat. She's not, like, one of my favorite characters in 14. I just think she is really well done. So it's, like, sad to me that, like, it's not sad to me that she doesn't work for a lot of people. I think what's sad is the way that is then voices her being poorly done. I just don't think that's true. You know? Not that you're saying that, but yeah. I think this is also the best executed building a thing montage segment. I had a fun time with Dawntrail. I think the highest praise I can give it is that it makes me excited for what's next. Yeah. It's better when the thing is going to make a massive boom. I mean, I have written across all my ramblings probably a couple dissertations about stuff from Dawntrail at this point. Yeah. Foreshadowing with Pandemonium. Yeah. That one Lalafell from Charlian would have loved this plan. Yeah. Kakol. What makes you think anything about explosions, Dest? The ability to build previous themes and play with them is probably my favorite part of the 14 story. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to be an MMO, building off of what you've already done is the best way to go. The videos from maps 5 and Solution are 3 hours compared to 1 hour for most of the other maps. Holy moly. Hey, oh hey, the trials are pertinent to the story here. Imagine. Yeah, crazy. The feats. Yeah. I got what you were saying, Tim. The plan's coming together. To make it good speed, I'm going to try and enlist some more help from the other friends back in Yogg-Taral. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think Shenza over to the southeast. I think someone said that 6.x was spread a little thin. I actually think if you think about the amount it's trying to achieve in just patch content, I feel like it's actually doing quite a good job. It's basically almost a mini expansion onto itself. And then compile that with, if whoever said that, I'd be curious to know if you've played the whole thing, like in one go recently, because the experience of playing all 5 parts in, or well, I guess 6 parts in one go, I feel like it's quite different to experience them patch to patch. Right, time to put my knowledge gained in the first to use. Shenza has given me a list of materials. We'll see to it they have everything they need. It's a shame Sid and his engineers aren't here to help. If they were here, I expect they'd turn it into a flying train. Probably right. That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? I was tasked to see if I could help out. Aether cannons. Interesting. I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. I'm not sure about the fire crystals, though. It'd be best if you spoke directly with the miner. Can I leave that to you? Sure. Yeah, I'm on it. Great! You're friends with the Yate, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get the crystals you're after, it's her. Yeah. Ugala is my perfect, precious daughter, and I will brook no slander of her. I think there's a difference between slandering her and someone saying, I just don't connect to her, and so she doesn't work for me. I think that's completely fair to say that. I just think the argument that for a lot of people she didn't work, so she's poorly written is wrong. Personally. It's the latter half that I hold objection with. No. If Sid were here, he'd cover the G-Savior into a train mecha like the one seen in Power Rangers. Oh, do I have my Megazord? Oh, I don't have the Megazord anymore. I had to give it away when I moved. I have a train Megazord, or used to anyways. Oh, Elio, what brings you around these parts? I'm looking for some fire crystals. Happen to have any? Or know where to get them? The purest fire crystals, you say? I think I heard tell about them before. But what was that about? Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, Tam. Now I'll remember. Cerule Analas. You can find them to the south of town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in the gut, if you can believe it. If you want the purest crystals, though, you'll have to go after the oldest, toughest malice. Nothing you can't handle, though, right? I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. Looking forward to seeing it. Why Aaronville thinks so highly of you. Yeah. I think the actor did a good job, and I don't deny her growth as a character over the cover of the story. I mean, more about her character that, and then there's too much of her. They could be my personal perspective. That's totally fine. I'm curious to hear your personal perspective. I don't think you're alone. I think I've heard enough people who are I see as reasonable who are saying similar things. I think for me, what I would say is that I think the reason that she works on an execution level, even not on an emotional level, is because of the amount of the time they give Wukulma. If you're gonna have a story about leaders and leadership, if you do what they did with Lise, it doesn't work, right? It has to be about them being a leader and their leadership, and us being a role of a mentor is much more appropriate, right? You know the train range the most popular successful series of Super Sentai by a very large margin? Like it's not even close? Okay, but how much is that to do with autism? Just a thought. There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these parts. We think it's due to the ceruleum, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not often you see bigger dominating sword. That's what you need. What you'll have to do is hunt down a few of their kind, establish yourself as a threat, and that's known to draw out their leader. Oh, I have a lot of experience with similar things. That's the spirit. Well, you're on the hunt. I'll keep watching nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. Also, V, I think you were gone when I asked this earlier, but how, you're Southern, right? How verging on offensive is my folk Southern accent? Trains are super popular in Japan. Well, that too. I guess that maybe that's more on point. Well, see no sign of your prey. Perhaps you have better luck to the south. Japan has good trains, so no shock there. Yeah, well, dude, the Shinkansen and the entire the Tokyo Loop line, all the, it's also, yeah, it's amazing. It's honestly not bad. Sweet. Well, the entire Zelda game can be train-based. Spirit Tracks is certainly something. Real life EVA 1 themed train from a crossover they did. It's still running. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That sounds like Japan. Somewhere between Hick and Hillbilly. I don't think. I feel like the two engineering Alabama friends I have, their accents aren't so dissimilar to that. I think that's like a cultural perception of like what Hick and Hillbilly sounds like more than the reality. But maybe I'm off mark. We'll see. Maybe the strength to which I'm doing it is definitely not doing no favors. Dude, that's the first time I've fought in like... Did I fight at all last stream? Yes, I must have. There must have at least been one. Yes, yeah, we fought last stream. Yeah, tickle those. Your S3 has no idea how hard. I mean, to be fair, it's a Zelda track, so. It's from Tennessee. It's charmingly offensive. Okay, I'll take that, Flame. I'll take that. Amazing. You dealt with the beast in no time at all. You need the crystals delivered to Shinza? I'll see that he gets it. Clear fire crystal. A fire crystal of the highest purity taken from the belly of the beast. That's interesting that it's not color associated. I mean, even with its clarity, it's weird that it's blue. I get that it's, oh, well, I guess, no, because ceruleum still, These fire crystals aren't for the train, aren't they? I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. And though he'd grumble if he knew, I was asking this. Please take care of Ellen Eshbia. Anyway, I best be on my way. And you as well. In case you're going to meet her, I saw Wukulma heading out for the station. From my understanding, if you can understand what they're saying, it's not really hillbilly. That's honestly, I kind of like that definition, personally. I do love that the lore for the barrel tender mount is literally, it is the barrel tender from Tender Valley, and after getting his ass whooped, he decided to come and join you, and in order to become stronger. Also, they foreshadowed the barrel tender! They foreshadowed the barrel tender! That's glorious. I think you're thinking Louisiana Creole. I feel like some of my friends, the friends I have in Appalachia might agree with that, but I'll be getting some weird deep lore about ceruleum at some point. Yeah, you know, it's surprising with the little amount that we have, particularly having already gone to Ilsabard with the ceruleum Ingens and, you know, here. But I have to imagine, Relish, we might get either some fun stuff in E4, or maybe if we have variant dungeons, Shaloni, or in Garlemald, you know, in Ilsabard, you know. I mean, if you want some fun lore, there's always, you could go not only to Blue Fog and to Northern Thanolin, but just what is it called? What is it called? What is it called? Not Temtera. The one with Chimera at the end. You fight the Queen and first boss. You guys are gonna give me a second. Why am I? It keeps me on the tip of my tongue. It's like level 30 something. We do it all the time in A Realm Reborn. No, it's after Halatali. It's underground. It has a bunch of ceruleum in it. It's kind of like implying that you're getting into Northern Thanolin because of the pools of ceruleum in it. Shensa told you to get the crystals for him. Good work. I've just returned looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. Damn it, I'm idle for a moment and all I can think about is home. Oh, Laura, thank you very much for the €5. Very cozy stream. Oh, and I love the way you read and match your intonation to each character. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. $5 more closer to the next box. Damn it. I'm idle for a moment and all I can think about is home. Keep your chin up, Erenville. We'll be on our way soon and we'll find your mother. It'll be good to see her after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about her time together with Papa. Go ahead, making her sound like Erenville. Oh, she'll talk your ears off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. I wouldn't want it any other way. Cutter's Cry. Yes, Cutter's Cry. Thank you, Tim. Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins with the extra hands when the extra hands arrive. It's Cutter's Cry. Thank you, Tim. I don't know why I couldn't remember Cutter's Cry. Say my name. Oh, I love Smile so much. I know I'm like the only person, but I do. I think it would help if it was used, if it's as a motif, it was used throughout the early half of Dawn Trail more. Oh, sorry, Lil. I didn't see her because of the chat covered it. Nope. Since the attack on Tuliolal, I had been wondering if else I could do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation for Valcona, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored and when we all can enjoy a nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Gorfolo does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. With all of the work us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends! I feel like this should be voiced. Yes. Let's get to it. I think it would really help too if people heard the first half of it. Oh, that's such a beautiful shot. Because the first half of it also makes it clear that it is like the song of all the people of Tyrell together. And like weathering the storm. Like there's a lot of lines that are really beautiful at the beginning that I think would definitely have helped some. All right, everyone. That'll do it. You've done your part. You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish the mountain and the armor and the cannons, and have yourself a hard-earned rest. Thank you all again for answering the call. No need to thank us. No need for thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must all do our part when our nation is imperiled. Here, we love Tural, and we love you, Vauklamat. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. Woo, mummies! The thing is, it's not gospel. What's interesting, Black Flame, though, it's a combination of like some gospel stuff, but what it's also connecting to is in musicals. What Smile's musically, Smile is very akin to a lot of Broadway too. So it's like it's this combination of the two, which is a brilliant thing because it's a combination of very much American stylings, right? Broadway and gospel, and that is like if you're trying to make music that echoes like the same way that Heaven's Word is supposed to echo, you know, a specific place, right? It's very connected to like English and French and a lot of that history, and like all of the musical stylings, or Stormblood and a lot of its music's, like particularly in Doma and Hingashi and Othar, right? Like being very, you know, Japanese or Chinese or Korean inspired, right? Like this is something that they've been doing. Like Dawn Trail isn't like doing something different. It's doing the exact same thing it's always done. But I think a lot of people, particularly English-speaking Americans, in particular, like feel like, well, wait, we've had these cool things that we're not used to hearing as much. That feel unique and special and awesome, and now we're hearing something that feels familiar and it's kind of weird. I think that's some of it. I'm not saying that's all of it. I'm just saying that's some of it. I like Smile. No worries. At least you got the answer. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Lil. I do like Smile. I just agree with the take that it's absolutely unhinged to use it on a bomb train montage. Okay, I feel very emphatically. I have been trying to figure out, because I love Smile, and I've been trying to figure out why. Not just other people don't, but why I'm kind of with other people that Smile's a bit weird. And the problem is that we have heard it effectively 2 times. And that's we have heard it only heard part of it used during the ceremony. That's the back half of it, the back third of it. And part of it used in a bomb train montage when we heard, again, only part of the back third of it. And we don't hear most of the main part of it at all until basically the credits, or a version of it is the Tulio Lal theme. Right? And that works, kind of. But the problem is outside of the Tulio Lal version, which is only part of it, we don't get to connect with that music before it's being used for a crescendo. And so that is, I think, where Smile falls through. It's not necessarily even anything inherent to the music. It's that instead of being a motif that we're healing throughout the expansion up to this point that connects to us emotionally, or at least connects on some level with familiarity, it's just kind of coming out of nowhere. That is my suspicion as to part of why people don't like it. I mean, some people also just don't like musicals or gospel. That too. More like Smile, you son of a bitch. I can't help but think, praise Jesus. This is the best time passage montage in the game. Yeah, definitely. The game gives very unrealistic depictions of group projects. Again, being in the Bible Belt's kind of hard with motherfucking gospel music in the game. If they used it in the beginning, it would be softer and tender, which I think it is. I think that it is what that was trying to achieve. Sure. Yeah, no need to thank us. Just remember us to come back when I become a custom delivery NPC. It's really great in the credits. It is wonderful in the credits, Relish. I'm definitely gonna start working on my lyrical lore for Smile soon, because I think Smile is actually a genuinely beautiful piece, and on top of that is incredibly deeply resonant with the purpose of Dawn Trail with its lyrics. Yeah, I love Dawn Trail music, especially the Tulio Lal theme. Nice, Laura. That's fair, just the one that I wanted to get away from church growing up. Sure, so you got a negative connotation. Couldn't help but laugh the first time I heard the chorus. Might have been a trauma response. Totally, yeah, no hate for the song, just didn't vibe with me personally. Totally, absolutely. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train's ready. Okay, here's where we're gonna be ending today. We're gonna finish Vanguard, and we're gonna have a conversation with that one lady, and that's where we're gonna stop. I know we're gonna be going a little long. From here on out, we won't stop working until the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now will be a good time to see to them. Boarding call will come before you know it. No more once upon a time.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks.
Still
We
spots
have
open
faith
for the
in
dungeon
you and
run.
your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Raven, thank you for the $5. $5 closer to the box. This is how far they've come in terms of what they can do with blocking and cutscenes.
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer. Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with the ferric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modelled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
Let them just try and stop us.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
Is this the guy who does the Ford commercials or something? I know this voice.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down.
Okay, I have to show this to you guys afterwards. I just found the guy who voices him.
All aboard!
It's amazing.
Vanish.
I knew that spell would be put to good use. Okay, this cutscene's fucking rad.
At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert.
God, this first part sounds like Final Fantasy X music so much.
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone.
Rad. Let's fucking go! I knew there was a reason I played those Buzz Lightyear games.
No, you don't.
God, they've gotten so much better with what they can do in cutscenes. Hell yes, Elio!
Erenville, I need you to take over for me.
Fucking Elio, go.
Hand of the line, everyone!
Fucking yeet. Fuck yes. That was a fucking Michael Bay triple cut there.
Oh, that was too close. Still alive, Erenville?
Mostly.
Fair little. Wish the science had been shown more, especially. That's so funny, Laura. Earlier, I don't know if you were there for it, but we literally have the conversation about someone was saying the inverse.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Fucking go. Vanguard, now accessible. Oh, sorry, someone was saying the exact opposite, Laura. I think that the problem being that like they're like half the player base really wants more Scions and it to be just the Scion show, and other half wants it to not be that, you know? That's tough. I was expecting you still to be revealed more as a character, but maybe that would still happen in the future patches. Yeah, Laura, I will bet you like $50 right the frick now. Wait till either patch 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, or 0.5. She is going to be a major character. Part of the reason I think they're letting other people take the stage is because I think she's going to have a lot to do in either the following patches or following expansions, particularly with inter-reflection travel, because that's like her whole entire story is set up around that. Said Shadowbringers, you know. Train fight. I think she's gonna have her time. Yeah, V's got it. As always, guns do the least amount of damage at 14. Ranged attacks. Air defense is hot. Cries of machine dismayed. I wish there were another train dungeon. Yeah, I mean, look at the fact that we have two involved with it. We have, you know, this one, and then we also had Garlemald Express. What a war-brained move, just throwing a stick. Yeah. Let me get a confirmed go. Well, let's hit it up. Zeralger retreats to the dome in Yasilani, but not before laying siege to his home and slaying his own father. His foul deed cannot go unpunished, and so Wukelmot lays plans to pierce the dome and pursue him. To that end, the engineers of Jacques Dural Railing refit the cerulean-powered train, christened the Dawnblazer, and after avoiding fire from Zeralger's forces, successfully send it careening into the fortress, bridging the dome with the outside world. With the path forward now open, the battle for Tuliolal begins, as you and your companions take your first bold steps into enemy territory. Yeah, it's not Michael, but you can see what's going on. Mook, Cryle, Aaronville, more time to shine. Yeah, see, exactly, Tam. Yeah, if anything, that's the way I would have gone. Jock Terral, Vanguard. Have a good one, Des. Thanks for joining in. Fucking music slaps. Y'all look like a band. Y'all look ready, like you're ready to party. Vanguard is under attack. Vanguard is under attack. All units prepare for battle. Combat mode activated. Intruders detected. What a fucking bop. Enemy sighted. R7 sentries. Prepare to engage. Wait for me. You're not the tank. Tank brain is too real. Warning, intruders detected. Initializing extermination protocol. Wingblade engaged, preparing high-speed maneuvers. Combat proficiency exceeds expected parameters, requesting reinforcements. Authorization disengaged, limiters granted, all units commencing fire. All units, prepare for aerial bombardment. Deploying wingblade, thrusters engaged. What I wouldn't give to have Icarus to be able to teleport to you guys at the last second. Initiating secondary directive, electro weapon testing. Faint. Remember, if you're a DPS main, it does not mean you don't contribute to mitigation. You got Addle, you got Faint. Redeploying Windblade, thrusters engaged. Alert, alert, intruders detected, engaging defensive turrets. Intruders alert. Only you can prevent DPS. Sorry, my chat just died. Come on, chat. There we go. We got you guys back. Oh, hey, we're gonna be helping Ray Ray get some footage after this, and I'm already running a little late, so if anybody wants to go help Ray Ray, go meet at the tea tree on Crystal Curl. Also, the Discord is going to be doing our weekly Alliance raid runs for the current Alliance raids. So if any of you guys want to come and join in with that, we'll be doing that probably after that. So definitely come join the Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean Archives if you'd like to do that. I'm melee, I probably should have stayed in there, but I've got tank brain. It's both chronic, severe, possibly deadly.
Intruders initiating purge protocol. Turrets deployed, commencing remote volley.
I love chaos! Restricting enemy movements, electro-fence activated. Vital signs detected, initiating raise protocol. Enemy breach imminent. Relaying an emergency signal. Faint. Booyah. Damn it all! Power the cross bridge and release the beasts. We can stop them there. Good LB. Ooh. Oh, a little disconnected. I got a DC fair warning. I see that message right after I go down. That was beautiful timing. Good try, V. I saw you trying to do the best you could. The amount of times I ran into those walls on Caster. Oh, Astoria. The gear from this dungeon, yeah, Vanguard gear is pretty fire. Oh boy. Let's do it. Fucking go. Oh, and there we go. We got a little back. Send in reinforcements. The commander will not tolerate failure. Purging hostiles. Resistance is futile. They're setting us up the bomb. not even sure if it's punk. At some points, it's just cyber. That such a serious breach should be allowed, but it ends now. Orphidian Outrider, Xander, the Snake Skinner. Very Mega Man. Sure. You truly believe yourself a match for us? The audacity! Faint. On your knees. Zerolja will have your head on a pike. You still stand. Impressive. Uh-oh. Looks like V just disconnected. Know your place. Oh boy. Damn. How could you? Enveloped in gentle light, the pulse of light surges through Xander. All right, no more games. I call on the soul of the serpent, the great devourer. Give me the strength to destroy our enemies. You'll pay for the souls you've made me waste this day. I'll tear you limb from limb. Honestly, this is actually a great fight to have had this happen on. Ooh, this should be interesting. Ooh! All I gotta do is survive till D gets up. We got this. None can survive the serpent's art. Oh, I forgot that part. Oh boy, that's not good. Oh, I wasn't looking at the tail. Well, it's okay, we're probably gonna have to restart anyways. Whoop. All good. If only you and Lone could have at the same time. Have you noticed the robot stormtrooper are all girls? Yeah, they're all based off of female hero models. I wonder if that's relevant for any reason. I mean, not for any specific reason necessarily, mind you, but you truly believe yourself a match for us? The audacity! Faint. On your knees. Zerolja will have your head on a pike. You still stand. Impressive. Tank, stay still. Everyone moves around the tank. Oh, I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna hit the gritty. I say everyone, know your place. I say everyone stands around the tank when I move all the time. How could you? Ugh. Enveloped in a gentle light, the pulse of light surges through Xander, the snake skinner. All right, no more games. I call on the soul of the serpent, the great devourer. Give me the strength to destroy our enemies. You'll pay for the souls you've made me waste this day. I'll tear you limb from limb. Give up now and I'll make this quick. Think. None can survive the serpent's arts. God, it's so crazy how many fights clearly were designed with like Viper in mind, or at least like a lot of your kit perfectly allows you to keep up time. I forgot to do something. Good job, everybody. I wonder why he fully exploded. I mean, assume he ran out of souls. I wonder why in that transformed form he like died. Solid right. Slit and stand. Sweet. Okay. Ooh! Music scroll. Ooh, is that the... Oh, well, it's Gunbreaker. I'll get this all later. It's fine. I'll go grind it out on trusts. Good job, everybody. I'll throw that over on the... Sorry, that was a quick one. We're way over time today, so I just want to make sure that and we have to get Ray and Alliance Raid all taken. Oh, yeah, no, we are 30 minutes over. But we're actually not that far over. We're almost wrapping it up. We're close to being done. I have a good theory and a bad theory. Bad theory is whoever was in power made all the robot girls for messed up reasons. The good answer is that it's Josephine can feel it. Yeah, that was my...
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yasulani. And yet... it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining.
My boy really goes through this expansion.
To where had I returned? We tread on. The darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yasulani, can it?
He was literally like less than hours away from being able to go home, and now he'll never really be able to go home. Exactly, Krista, yeah. Notice the chair limit. Oh, the character limit for YouTube. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. What happened here? This is Yasulani. There were no sensations of passing into a different world. This couldn't be a reflection, could it? Hot diggity damn. Let's just take a second to appreciate how huge Everkeep looks. Whew. Okay, one thing I will say, in the following days, we're going to be spending a lot of times asking questions and answering them, because there's a lot of lore around Everkeep and a lot of other stuff that I want to dive in and dig in really deep. So expect the next couple days for there to be more tangents aside. Such a hard moment for Aaronville. Yeah, Laura, yeah. I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. Elma, the best section of the game. Yeah, I mean, from here on out, it's just all fucking things going crazy, Krista. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Or the wall over there. The material is not something we use in Tural. It's closer to what we saw at the gates to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location. Or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. I'm weak to the second type of sci-fi. Yeah, me too, Relish. I do want to talk to... All Final Fantasy games are in tension between fantasy and science fiction, and they always have been, literally since the first one. And also, we've kind of built to the point where we're having something like Solution 9. If Solution 9 had been in Heavensward, it's a very different vibe than if Solution 9's in Dawn Trail. So, like, I'm much more okay with its existence, like the straight science fiction stuff, because obviously there was Az's Law, right? And plenty of other things. But yeah, the psychological horror is great. That too. I'm a weak to the side. It's good sci-fi for sure, yeah. Tangents aside for lore on the lore channel. Why did I even subscribe then? I will remind you guys that when this replay began originally, it was called a lore replay. I would love it so much if they would someday, like maybe for an part of the MSQ or something, if we could go to Yasulani before it's fused. This place is unnatural in a way I've never seen before. This place is isolated by the dome, yet the skies are heavy with thunderclouds. The air oversaturated with lightning aspect to the aether. Haven't seen anyone so far. I recognize the lay of the land. It's definitely Yasulani. And yet, this looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yasulani Station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. I erased the line between fantasy and science fiction when dragons were classified as aliens. Yeah. See, you get it. You get what this is about, Black Flame. The line between fantasy and science fiction is blurrier than most people would admit. I would point that to the fact that I think the line being blurrier has been also something that over the past 20 years that has been much more heavily blurred, and that if you go back to the 80s or earlier, the lines are much starker. Though they've never not been blurry. Look, horror is like horror is often considered is it science fiction? I think horror, yeah, horror is often considered a sub-genre of science fiction, so things get crazy, man. I'm pretty sure this is Yasulani Station, but from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around for a bit more. This Aetheryte is of Turali design. It's fallen into total disrepair, almost as if it hadn't been used in decades. Dude, Smiling Fred's is amazing. I love it. This shit's hilarious. The building is a rotted husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone lived here. Oh, god damn it. You know what I forgot to do? No, it's on you guys. None of you told me to do it. The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they have been tended for so long. Since the 80s, Star Wars is about space wizards. Yeah, but Star Wars has just always been, has always been a fantasy story with the science fiction coding. There's a difference between genre blurring with aesthetics versus genre blurring with thematics. But you're not wrong. Like, for instance, Doctor Who is a fairy tale. Doctor Who is not science fiction, but also it is absolutely science fiction. Both aesthetically and also, I guess, by an episode basis, whether or not it's fantasy or science fiction. I'm not even talking about aesthetics. I'm more just talking about like what they're trying to do. This is a water tower for trains, isn't it? Sometimes it's just historical fiction. Amidst enormous alien structures, we have more familiar sights like this station. I'm not doing it till someone tells me to do it. You find a train turntable. A thick layer of rust suggests it hasn't been used in many years. I've heard sci-fi described as whole. There you go. Thank you, Tam. I will too. Ray, how are you doing on sleep? Question. If we need to do the Alliance raid first, would that be a big issue? Oh, no, you only need 2 more? Hey, guys, we only need 2 more people for them to go film the M3 and M4 fights. I'd really appreciate if 2 people would go to Crystal Curl at the Tea Tree right now to go help Ray get her shots. Literally, you just have to be a body, basically doing you don't even have to do much, really, at all. Yeah, that's what I know. It's late for you, but I don't know what your sleep schedule is looking at the moment. I wasn't sure if you've been getting up late or early. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to take a look at this. Cool. Thanks, Blackman. It's one of the mechanical soldiers, long since broken apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zoologist's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? Not much. Everything seems old, ancient even. So all evidence suggests that this is Yasulani Station. I've no doubt that we're in Yasulani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. Ooh, okay. I want to write down Yasulani Station. Yasulani Station built only a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, if I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. If such a thing is even possible. We've encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but in others, wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may come and go in another. But if this is Yasulani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I love how much, like, deep reflection lore is just, like, Like if you're, most of us already know this stuff who are into like the lore, but I love that they're explaining it for people who don't, but also like it's all there to already know. It's just, good shit. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Erenville says this is Yasulani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Erenville! Oh, yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head to there next then. Rather than talk of theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. Wibbly wobbly. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning. Doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? I did not pick this up the first time for obvious reasons, but that's brilliant. Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Confirm. It seems broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. It's important that this is standing here. For next cutscene we're about to see. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? Something I wish to investigate. Oh hey, they put the time bubble in MSQ. It's funny because while that is not untrue, Dawntrail also actually has the most amount of information towards trying to actually concrete a timeline so far, by a lot. Look there, the lightning appears to be drawn into those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests that some manner of lightning rod. Let's go take a closer look. Have a good one, Astoria! We'll be wrapping up literally after the next cutscene, so you won't miss much. This material appears to be the same as they used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes, these. I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would posit it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share the observation with Y'shtola. For a blessing, that dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. It's interesting, so is the fact that the dome doesn't interfere with link pearls a message going out that the dome doesn't, or the fact that they can travel through the Vanguard? I wonder. Because I think my impression would be the latter rather than the former. No sign of anyone. Let's stay vigilant. Oh, Erenville. This is Erenville's village? What in the world? Who knows where this music first got used? Because it's not where you probably think.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
That has some Medion energy going on. Okay, when I first saw this cutscene, I'm kind of afraid to admit that I paused on her back and stared at the small of her back for far too long to feel comfortable.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolja has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolja?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Oh yeah, relish is your favorite. Interesting.
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Wait a second, is this the first time FF9 music gets used?
If you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve, Sorolja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tulishola.
Yeah, so you will need
And
to
I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception. No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Sorolja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I.
I just caught that her hair does the infinity loop. Oh my god.
It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Queen internal indeed. But yeah, I
Our
guess
aid. I'll admit I cannot imagine King Sorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria.
And going straight heart with the FF9 music right away.
Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yassolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know.
Her back says Queen Eternal at the top. Queen Sphene Alexandria 14.
I realize how
Service
confusing
Eternal,
this
sorry,
all
Queen
must be.
Service
Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How, after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the First. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Flash of light.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Thank you, Relish. Yeah. I have it written down somewhere. I forgot it. Yeah.
Hold on.
One heart, many souls.
If we accept, there's no
Service
guarantee
eternal.
we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides,
I like that Wuklamat is paying attention and thinking.
You're
And she
right.
cares. She's paying attention to, like, Aaronville. And we need answers to the question of what's
Queen
going
Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
I feel like Wuklamat's shown to be a good leader out the gate with this.
Noble Wuklamat, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
It's really worth pointing out that, like, that's not just a platitude of her acting that way. Remember, that's how she learned to be.
Wonderful.
How she grew.
If you would follow me.
And how she got into the position of being a leader is by having that strength, right? Like, they specifically show that's Wuklamat's nature and strength and what allowed her to become the head of Resolve in the first place. Isn't it a little odd for the queen to be walking on her lonesome? And what about Zorolja?
Is that concern or suspicion?
Yes.
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
I'd say they do her better than most shonen protagonists, Tam, personally. Again, not saying she has to work for you, but I think I can show you they don't just power of friendship her except for in one instance that I'm not sure is one of the few criticisms I have towards the but more importantly also that scene made me work a lot better once we have 7.2 and 0.3. So it depends on how that goes. But yeah, Lillian said, yeah, but I've already wrote a whole damn ass document. Yeah, so I'm gonna point out that there also, Lillian, a lot of the things, for instance, even just looking at Archaeo, Alexandria, and a lot of that stuff, we're gonna be going over in the next couple days. So expect most episodes to have a lot of discussion. It's gonna be difficult because some of the stuff is gonna have to cast forward. So I think the main parts of a lot of discussion will happen once we finish map 5, but before we go into map 6. The alternative is that once we get towards map, the thing is I probably want to do map 6 in a day. So there may be spoilers in the episode before we go into map 6, but we'll talk about that then. In the meantime, though, I gotta go off for today. Ray, V, if either of you are around, I don't know if you guys are doing the footage right now, but if you could do the wrap-ups, I'd appreciate it. I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Anyways, look at it. A mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself the queen is suspicious. I did like how sus Fiend is right out the gate. Yeah, me too. I like everything from here out, save for one, honestly, for me, minor quibble I'm a really big fan of, particularly. Again, I want to say thank you all so much for joining today, especially some of the newer faces around here, Relish and Elora, but all of you guys, thank you for hanging out. I love talking about this shit with you. As per usual, we should have stream tomorrow, and we will also, it's Monday through Thursday, 3 p.m. EST to 7 p.m. EST, usually. We're going a little bit long today. We went to 8 p.m. EST today. But I want to say thank you all for hanging out and talking about this stuff. I really do like getting some of your guys' perspectives and thoughts as we go through. Friendly reminder, if you want to join our Discord for our community where we do events, talk lore, talk all sorts of stuff, you can join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Right now, if you want to give super chats, or also that most of the money, including the Patreon, will probably be going towards the boxes, and towards just sustaining the channel in general. Probably some of it also goes towards the cloud server we use for DaVinci Resolve. But yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. And I will see you either tomorrow or on Thursday, because I may need to take a day off tomorrow. But we'll see. I'm happy to join you. A wonderful stream. Awesome, Laura. I'm very glad you enjoyed it. Okay, I'm headed out, guys. Will definitely be ready with your documents and a lot of the points we've talked about, with especially like some of the Archaeo Alexandria stuff we might try to do next stream, since we'll be going to those regions. Presumably in some point in those streams. Depends on how it all breaks down. Because we're probably, the next 2 or 3 streams will probably be in our Alexandria. If you enjoy the stream and are a member of Discord, aren't already a member of Discord, I can join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archive. Thank you, V. Yeah. V's getting all the wonderful links and stuff. I gotta head out because we've got the Alliance Raid event that will be going on over the Discord. Also, we have the Ray. I don't know if you guys got the footage yet. Okay. Oh, also don't forget to check out Ray's Final Fantasy XIV Archived. She does good work over there. Yeah. I'm currently ever in the process of producing some videos. I've been focusing on my energies on the house, the rest of work and life, and then obviously the streams. So I've had less time to do the videos. But I've got an interview. I've got an interview with Ed. I don't actually really have a link to Ed's channel in general, but I have an interview with Ed and an interview with Maricam. Which I need to finish audio editing, but then those will be out, and then I've got other stuff. Maybe I should save the Smile lyrical lore until we finish Dawntra. We'll see. Anyways, I'm vamping. I hope you all guys have a wonderful rest of your evenings, and I will see you at some time this week. Cheers, everybody!